Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. The 2026 budget session has been interesting, to say the least. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports on what has happened and what can be expected this week in Cheyenne.
We are coming up on Tuesday, crossover day, the day when bills that started in, let's say, the House or the Senate should have crossed over into the other chamber for the other chamber to vet, change, approve, reject them. And the budget negotiations are to start next week. Now, recall last week, the Senate decided we want the governor's recommendation for a starting point. So we're going to just wholesale revert back to the governor's recommendation and work our tweaks in from there. The House said we do not want the governor's recommendation for the starting point. We want the much slimmer, much altered package out of the Joint Appropriations Committee to be the starting point.
The 2026 Wyoming budget session is scheduled to wrap up and adjourn on Wednesday, March 11th. Cloud 9 was Cheyenne's off-duty political clubhouse where former Governor Ed Herschler, the only Wyoming governor to serve 3 terms, drank, smoked, and mingled with everyone from hunters to Supreme Court justices. Cowboy State Daily's Zach Sontag reports that its boozy camaraderie and unbuttoned attitude evoked a looser golden age of Wyoming politics.
An infamous story is when Gov Ed had so much he passed out right on the table. Capitol Police had to come and escort him out.
The Cloud 9 bar was in the old Cheyenne Regional Airport, which was close to the Capitol. The bar was perched right over the tarmac, known locally as the Jetsons Memorial Airport, because of its unique parabolic architecture. I'll be back with more news from Cowboy State Daily right after this. WYDOT wants to remind you, with ice and snow, take it slow. This message from the Wyoming Department of Transportation.
My name is Joanne, and I'm a mom of 6 here in Casper, Wyoming. When you raise a family here, you don't just think about today, you think about the future, where your kids will build their lives and where your grandkids might grow up. What worries me is that my kids will have to leave Wyoming to find good, high-paying jobs. That's why Build Wyoming matters to me. Data center jobs are high-quality, high-paying jobs, the kind that give families a real reason to stay and build a future here. Give our kids and grandkids a reason to stay, and they will.
Build Wyoming with Prometheus Hyperscale. Go to buildwyoming.com. What if healthcare worked the way it should? Hoskinson's Premier Care. Comprehensive quality care with one predictable fee. Unlimited office visits, annual wellness exams, preventative screenings, and advanced imaging. Primary and specialty care, in-house labs, mental health, and wellness support, including physical therapy and nutrition. Just $250 a month, no copays, no deductibles. World-class care right here in Gillette. We are the future of healthcare now. And your doctor works here. Visit hoskinsonshealth.com.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. As 41 states open their doors to NIL deals for high school athletes, Wyoming lawmakers backed by Senator Gary Crum, a former UW lineman, are moving against it. But Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that money is already available for teen sports stars right next door in Colorado.
To Gary Crum, and I said, could this set up a situation where a star athlete living in Cheyenne or Laramie suddenly moves across the border to Colorado because they're able to cash in? He basically said, so be it. I'm not saying you can't go pro as a high schooler. I'm just saying Wyoming should protect its amateurism at the high school level.
Senator Crum introduced Senate File 53 titled Keeping Amateurism in High School Athletics. The bill would write amateurism requirements into state statute for any student competing in a sport or activity sanctioned by the WHSAA. Cowboy State Daily is the only news organization that continues to follow the D.B. Cooper case. In the 4th installment of our series, Jen Coker reports that a parachute found on D.P. Cooper's suspect Richard McCoy's family property was seized and tested by the FBI, then quietly returned in December 2025 without explanation. Coker says that closed lips from the FBI is fueling new theories.
The FBI analyzed it for 2 years, and they told Richard they did soil test, DNA, as well as sending it out to an expert. They sent the parachute back in December 2025, and they told Richard McCoy, his son, that they're not ruling it out and they're not ruling it in. They couldn't conclusively tie it to the case, but they certainly weren't ruling it out.
When Cowboy State Daily reached out and asked the FBI Seattle office for a comment, they referred to their 2016 statement where they essentially closed the case pending any new evidence. And that's a look at today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
My mom and dad were traditional Asian parents. Now, my father would go to work before I woke up in the morning. And then he would come home too tired to play with me. I tell my son, I love you every single day. I love you. Now, my dad has never said that to me. Not because he doesn't love me, but because culturally it wasn't comfortable for him. So I teased him the other day and I said, how come you never say that to me? And he said, you're too old now. Now that he's a grandfather, he says, I love you to my son every time he sees him. My advice to all the fathers out there, forget the material things, forget the cultural restrictions. They grow up way too fast for you to waste even a single precious minute or moment.
Say bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Yeah, Cowboy State Daily Show on a Monday, February 23. My hair is a fright today. Stay on radio is the only advice I have. We got special guest on today on this February 23rd. Going to be joined by Cowboy State columnist Tom Lubnau. Another Cowboy State columnist, Gail Symons, will be on today. Down-day weather forecast, of course. Senator John Cole will chime in. He's backing 4 or 5 bills concerning gambling in Wyoming. We got to get a handle on it, says Senator Cole, and he's not the only one. Chris Navarro, famed sculpturist, and his latest, Deep Seat and a Long Reign. It's basically a 3D creation of the emblem that's been around in Wyoming since the 1920s. Steamboat. Everybody's talking about it. Representative Cody Wylie will be here. He penned a guest piece for the Cowboy State Daily saying, Wyoming's not broke, so don't try to fix it. Julie Young will stop in. She's the one who designed disco lights for cows and sheep to scare away wolves and grizzlies. Will it work? Kim DeVore, president and CEO of Jonah Bank, will be on, and she'll discuss all their 20th anniversary. I think they're calling it a work-iversary. Okay, we could do that. She'll be here as well, and Buck McVeigh on to talk about Cloud9 and so much more. These are the guests we have on today. And it's going to be super busy. And then, of course, a whole weekend of news. News happened over the weekend. The Olympics wrapped up. USA. USA wins the hockey. And what a photograph. If a picture tells 1,000 words, what about the picture of Jack Hughes with his teeth knocked out? All bloody. He lost a guy. That's such a hockey thing, isn't it? I mean, it's not just a USA thing. It's a hockey thing. Any country, it's just so inherent in the sport that you get a few teeth knocked out, you break a foot, break a bone, you require stitches, and every hockey player will just tell the trainer, fix me as fast as you can. I got to get back out there. Exact opposite of soccer, where if anybody runs near you and you feel the breeze, you got to flop over. Man down, soccer. And then next level up is basketball. They go flopping in that sport as well. Hockey is the true toughest sport where Jack Hughes got half his front teeth missing, knocked out. He picked him up off the ice, which, again, only in hockey will you see stuff like this. You lose a tooth or two. I mean, for 1 minute, you're beating on each other to the point where somebody loses chiclets. And the next minute, the same guy that dislodged your dentistry will help you look for the teeth. Where are they? It's hard to find teeth on ice. And there's nothing more endearing about a sport to see 10 guys on their hands and knees along with referees. So let's say like a dozen dudes on their hands and knees looking for your teeth. Oh, man, that's so hockey. But that wasn't all the Olympics. I mean, we wrapped up a whole bunch of other sports. Olympics put a bow on it yesterday, and we'll wrap that up later today. Tons of other stories in the Cowboy State Daily over the weekend. Were you an extra on the movie Starship Troopers? It was 30 years ago. But Renee Jean brings to life what it was like to be an extra on the set of Starship Troopers. And if you were on the set, you know the set was in Hell's Half Acre for the filming of that. And that had to be, I'm thinking that had to be over the summer. When was that? I mean, hopefully Renee has it. Hell's Half Acre substituted for the barren planet called Klendathu. I have never seen the movie. I'm going to have to make it a point to watch this movie at some time. 1996 it came out, Starship Troopers. Not immediately well received, but it has become somewhat of a cult classic. Renee Jean caught up with a couple of two college-age students who signed on for an unusual job. They had to play dead bodies in this movie, which meant for long hours, they had to be laying down in the sand of Hell's Half Acre during what I'm imagining is August. I mean, it's brutally hot there and windy. And I don't see where she says what month it was. Maybe they filmed in fall or spring, but either way, the wind, the sun, it's hot. It's always hot there. I don't know if any of them went on to be. We'll get with Renee tomorrow. She's on the show every Tuesday and Thursday, and I'll ask her more, or I could read the article. I haven't had time over the weekend. I was too busy, but I'll read the article and see if any of the volunteers to be not stand-ins, to be actual uncredited dead people in the movie Starship Troopers went on to parlay that into any kind of acting career. Melissa Parkinson and Tana Leibel were just a couple of some 300 who answered newspaper ads in the Casper paper and said, yeah, I want to be part of movie fame. Lo and behold, it was Starship Troopers. I don't know. Maybe you were hoping for like a Steven Spielberg or something of a larger scale. But, I mean, you look back today, 30 years later, and this movie still is, among certain circles, a treasure. Starship Trooper volunteers. That's one of the stories Renee Jean has. But let's get a weather forecast to you. We can't do anything unless we know how to dress today, right? Casper, mostly sunny, breezy, highs 54. Lander, partly sunny, 52 today. Mostly sunny, 47 in Evanston. Plenty of sunshine at Rock Springs, 47 as well. Pinedale, sunshine, 41. Afton, mostly sunny, highs 42. Du Bois, you got wind going on today, as you often do. sunny with highs 46. Jackson, mostly sunny 44. A few wind gusts in Jackson as well. It's blowing right now overnight, which is unusual. Thermopolis, partly sunny 52 today. High wind watch in Cody. Otherwise, partly sunny 57 in Cody. It is, I don't care what happens from here on out. We could have the most ferocious final week of February of all time. We could have a March, the cruelest month. Is March the cruelest month? We could have a March that's just full of blizzards, but none of it will erase the fact that it has not been winter. This will go down as the winter that never arrived, the winter that never was. What is the cruelest month? April. All right. We'll throw March in there as well. And I think so nicknamed because you just never know what you're getting with March. You know what you're getting in Wyoming. Typically, March is just winter 2.0. And April is the month where a couple of days could feel like spring and a couple of days could remind you a lot of winter. Buffalo, partly sunny, 56 today. Not to be outdone, Sheridan shooting for 59 under sunny skies. 59. February 23rd. Mostly sunny, 57 in Gillette. I should just do a clip of every time I read weather over the winter and jam them all together. Because most of them are me just shaking my head saying, and repeating the date. You know, saying Thermopolis, high 58 on such and such date. And just amazed at the high temps. Newcastle, mostly sunny 55. Torrington, sunny 59. Mostly sunny, breezy in Douglas with highs 58. Mostly sunny, breezy, 57 in the state capital, Cheyenne, where they get back to work. In the house over the weekend, they went so long, so hard, a couple of house guys fainted. I'm serious. Well, that's what you get for working weekends. That's what you get for spending 8 hours that you didn't have trying to figure out check gate and get to the bottom of that. They spent 8 hours estimated. Tom Lubnau will be on in a moment, and he can ballpark it. But that's 8 hours you're not going to get back, and it's 8 hours you really didn't have to set aside for something that wasn't the budget. You already got a whole bunch of unbudget bills that you got to dig through, either kill or discuss or introduce. And then you got the House spending 20 hours on first reading of their side of the budget. Everybody started with the governor's recommendations, and for the Senate, who were much closer aligned, it took them 2 hours, 1/10 the time. The Senate spent a couple hours on first reading of the budget, primarily liking everything they saw, making a few tweaks. Meanwhile, the House, wow, man, they took out the hammer, the chainsaw, spent 20 hours making amendments, talking about what they liked and didn't like, and then turned around and spent another 19 hours discussing it on second reading. And this is why they were there on Saturday. You got to work on Saturday if you goofed around during the week. Any boss will tell you that. You shoot down a whole work day talking about check gate. You blow a whole day work not working. If your job, and for the lawmakers, it's their job in this budget session, 4 weeks allotted in February, fiscal February. And if your job is making widgets, or if you're on the assembly line making that one piece to a car, and when the piece comes by, you got to, I don't know, bang on it and twist it and then affix it to the Ford, and then down the line it goes. You spend a whole shift not doing that and doing something else, You're working on Saturday. And you're going to work so hard and you're going to forget your Wheaties that you're going to fall over fainted. Like 2 lawmakers needed medical attention. I only make fun because they lived. 20 hours on Saturday. I thought I had I worked 3 jobs on Saturday. It wasn't a day off for me either, but I don't know if I went 20. Yeah. And then 19 more. We'll discuss what's going on in both bodies in the Wyoming legislature. It is the 68th, by the way. I've been calling it the 60th. I think I'm behind the times. I think it's the 68th legislative session. Can't wait to talk to Chris Navarro about that bronze of Steamboat at UW. Andrew Rossi had the story, and really all Andrew had to do to write the story is listen to my interview with Navarro like a month or 2 ago. I talked to him about it, how it came about, how it was commissioned, how he made it. Took him more than a year to make this famed bronze, which you can now see. We talked all about it, but we did cut our conversation short. We didn't cover quite everything. So we'll get with Chris later today and cover everything regarding the bronze of Steamboat that he made. Is fantastic. If you haven't seen it yet, don't miss a chance to see it at the campus at UW next time you're at Laramie, or I'll share photos of it. And including photos of it in pieces, as Chris had to assemble it. It's pretty interesting how these artists work. All right, we got to take a quick break because I think I've got Tom scheduled next. Tom Lubnau joins us right after these.
Hey, Wyoming, ready for news that actually feels like Wyoming? Tune into Cowboy State Daily Radio with heart, humor, and a little Western kick. From ranch roads to mountain peaks, if it's happening here, you'll hear it here. No fluff, no filter, just the real deal. Real voices, real stories, real Wyoming. If it's happening here, you'll hear it here. Cowboy State Daily Radio, Wyoming's news, just the real deal. 100% homegrown.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Hi. I'm your retirement fear, but don't be scared. You're still in pre-retirement.
Does that mean I have more time to plan?
Precisely. Here, this is pretirement.org.
Retirement savings options? Potential tax breaks?
Ooh.
This isn't scary. I'm doing it.
You got this.
Visit thisispretirement.org for free resources to help you customize your action plan.
So as a technical sergeant, E6.
I served in Vietnam in 1969.
I am a U.S. Army veteran.
Have you ever helped a fellow veteran?
Of course.
Yes.
Try to always be there for each other.
I do my best reaching out to my brothers and sisters in arms.
Have you ever asked for help yourself?
It's always tough, right?
I can't say that I have. I mean,
if you don't have someone to kind of help you guide those thoughts, it can be really bad.
Eventually, you just can't deal with it on your own.
I guess it's a part of the military too, right? Service before self.
It was drilled in, service before self.
And you start to question, maybe people would be better off without me, When you realize that you're not alone, once you take that first step, there's so much support.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake, and Tom Lubnau joins us. Tom, the House is going so hard at it that they're fainting dead away. They had to call TMS. They were working Saturday. They were working a lot. Dang.
I think that's probably your conversation with Gail about why that happened.
Yeah.
The Appropriations Committee just doesn't have credibility with the body. And so there were lots and lots of amendments, and the explanations were embarrassing. It was vote for this because I said so. And then there was a block that voted over 90% with whatever John Bear told them to do. So
yeah,
stealing all of Gail's thunder. Sorry about that.
That is all about Gail. Yeah, she's saying this is not this is not negotiation, not normally. This is a line in the sand kind of thing. Meanwhile, we're going to go to Checkgate Theater. Everyone knows the ending to this investigation. Tom Lubnau penned his latest column in the Cowboy State Daily. Disband the committee already, Tom says. We know the end game, no matter what they find. And if I had to venture a guess, they'll find no wrongdoing. And then they'll strut about saying, see, no wrongdoing. There was nothing to see here. We told you so. Meanwhile, it's not what's illegal. It's what's damaging to the institution. Tom, why should we just tell that 7-person committee to forget about it? We got other things to do.
Well, Jake, you've got a statistically significant tight voting block in the House. And they vote with the Speaker and the Chairman of the Appropriations Committee, who I view as the bad actors in this situation. And so to do anything in the House, you need a majority, and there's not going to be a majority vote. So there's going to be a pure exoneration. Because they have the majority, and because they believe that nothing wrong happened, why bother with the facade or the charade?
Just to recap the timeline, when it was during after recess on day one, Monday, obviously there was the handing out of checks. Now we know those are 9 campaign checks handed out. All who received one of these campaign checks have expressed their interest in backing House Bill 141, which is this housing mitigation fee bill that drives out of Teton County that is been championed.
It's named the Fifth Amendment Protection Act. How can you not support a bill that supports the Fifth Amendment? Just kind of wrap yourself in patriotism when you're talking about affordable housing mitigation fees in Jackson.
And any discussion over House Bill 141 is certainly going to be tainted by the image that is Representative Provenza's photo, Representative Yin's objection, and then Chair Bear's objection, chair of the Joint Appropriations, House Appropriations. Bear objected. Nyman, Speaker, asked for clarification. Rodriguez Williams was the first to use bribery. Notice Representative Yin didn't say, this looks like bribery. It wasn't he who used that. And that's where we got. You talk about the whole, the reaction to this, and you say it's a cover-up, is worse than the actual crime, if there is a crime. The reaction doesn't look good.
Yeah, well, if Ms. Baxter had just handed out checks, and that was it, handed out checks on the floor, that's an independent actor, and nobody under the auspices of the House, and people make mistakes. But it was a couple things happened that made it more scandalous. First of all, Representative Yin held the issue for a couple days. The checks were handed out on Monday, well, we don't know when Bear received his because he hadn't told us, but Nyman and the other 8 received their checks Monday, as best we can tell. So then Representative Provenza took the picture on Monday and shared it with the press on Monday. So the press had the picture and they just kind of sandbagged along. And then Wednesday, this bill that Ms. Bextel likes, that's being sponsored, a Teton County bill being sponsored by a Campbell County representative, comes to the floor. And Representative Yin gets up and opposes the bill, saying that it appears bad and that there were checks handed out on the floor and it just looks bad. And about halfway through Representative Yin's speech, Chairman Bear jumps up and says, "Point of order. You have no evidence, and this is offensive to the House of Representatives." And then Representative Rodriguez-Williams gets up and says, we should have a policy against somebody making baseless allegations against people. And if this happened, it would amount to bribery. Now, I imagine that she didn't know about the checks when she said that, because 2 days later, in a debate in the floor, she gave a big impassioned speech about how she didn't want scrutiny if her husband sent her a check for a utility bill and somebody saw that on the floor. So this whole drama played out in front of us. And it was the attempted cover-up when at least Speaker Nyman had accepted a check while he was sitting in the Speaker of the House's office. And Jake, less than 68, about 68 people in the history of the state of Wyoming have occupied that office. It's an office of dignity and trust. And accepting the check, probably not a huge deal. Going out on the floor and then asking Representative Yin if he had any evidence of people accepting checks on the floor when he had accepted a check, although it was in the Speaker's office, it wasn't on the floor. It was probably reasonable, if it looks like a duck and it walks like a duck and it quacks like a duck, it's probably reasonable to assume that the Speaker knew that other people were receiving checks too. And instead of trying to cover it up, if he'd have just said, yeah, that was bad form, we probably shouldn't have done it, it would have been nothing. And, there's a lot of people saying that it's nothing now and parading around saying this is just a big distraction. Well, it's not a distraction because this saga played out in front of all of us. And it just looks bad. I mean, and it spends political capital for the House of Representatives that I don't know if they have it to spend. They just don't have the credibility they used to have. And the institution, while probably not technically corrupt, smells of corruption. And that is sad for all of us.
Tom Lubnau is with us this morning, and the latest piece that he wrote for the Cowboy State Daily is what we're discussing, basically, the Checkgate Theater. Tom knows, he's been there, done that in the legislature, so he knows how it works, how it functions, how it may dysfunction at times. The timeline here, Tom, I think is telling. The Monday after the close of business is when the checks were handed out. Representative Provenza chose to share the photo with media rather than LSO, rather than internally. You can debate whether that was correct or not. But there is maybe an argument that had she kept it all internal, it would have been swept under the rug, because look at time pass. Tuesday, there's no mention of the checks. Wednesday, nothing until the House bill is introduced, House Bill 141. That's when Representative Yin asked for a layback of the bill. Tom, what is that, to lay a bill back? Have you seen it before? What does it mean?
It's a pretty common tactic if you're not ready to debate a bill, or the bill could be fixed, but it's not ready for prime time, or it came out and you need to think about things. This was an odd motion because Representative Yin asked to lay the bill back until after the investigation was done. And likely that would have killed the bill, because what happens is today is the first day after crossover. Crossover is the day in the middle of the session where all the House bills that have been passed go to the Senate, and all the Senate bills that have been passed go to the House. And so the Senate's not accepting any more House bills, and the House isn't accepting any more Senate bills. And so if you delayed it past the debate on Friday, well, Saturday, because they had to debate the budget for 40 hours.
Yeah.
And that was also a function of the dysfunction in the House, because, and you saw the dysfunction play out in sort of interesting ways. On the second reading of the budget, the Freedom Caucus threw down just an absolutely no compromise hard line. And then between the second and the third reading, public ire started to rise. And the public, and I'm glad that it worked this way. I'm glad that the public had a voice. I'm glad that representatives listened to their constituents, because a lot of things happened that didn't happen on the second reading. State employees got raises. We started looking at maintaining our highways instead of increasing the death toll. We let the barbers spend their own money. But we didn't take federal money to feed starving children. So, but at least there was some listening. And on the University of Wyoming got a conditional $20 million if they meet a list of House demands. And now all of those things are going to go to a conference committee. And it will be interesting this week to see how the negotiations go. This whole Checkgate disaster has caused the House to be suspect at the same time that the Senate has been absolutely professional, absolutely competent, and has done a non-newsworthy job of just debating bills and doing the right thing. So going into these budget discussions, the Senate has more political capital than the House does. And so I think they can hold to their positions a little bit more. I see the PR arm of the Freedom Caucus is in full swing. I saw a video this morning where they're claiming that they stopped $4.5 billion worth of budget amendment spending, which on an $11 million budget seems suspect. But
I think, and we will dive into the budget with Gail for sure, because she's looking at that real hard. We all should be. It's a budget session. Freedom Caucus publicly claimed $1.5 billion in savings compared to the governor's budget, and the Freedom Caucus, along with, which is almost synonymous with the Appropriations Committee in the House. They've drawn that line, and if they've claimed $1.5 billion in savings, it's hard to budge from that. You've made the statement, now you're going to have to defend it, and they've showed not much willingness to move off that, other than second reading concessions, as you mentioned, Tom. They showed a little bit of bending there, but how they reconcile with the Senate in the conference coming up, I don't know how that'll happen.
And I didn't mean to talk about what Gail's going to talk about, because Gail's a very, very smart, very statistically adept, competent person to talk about this. I just wanted to talk about the political capital that was being wasted because of this whole event.
Yeah.
And, I think the result's already predetermined. I don't think anybody's going to there's nobody who has the political courage to vote to remove any representatives. That's not going to happen. There's nobody who's going to resign. And the other bad actors, I forgot to mention, were the people on the floor of the House who had received checks on the floor of the House And when Representative Yin was getting criticized, didn't stand up and say, no, wait a minute. There is evidence, and I took a check, and I'm sorry. And had they done that, then the Carbon County Republican Party wouldn't have said, you guys ought to resign for participating in a cover-up. So there's a little dissension even within the ranks of the Republican Party about the credibility of the party and of the institution. So
and that was the biggest disappointment for me, and I think many voters, many listeners of this show and readers of Cowboy State Daily, is the reaction. You've labeled a cover up, but the reaction to what happened, the whole check thing takes a second backseat to the reaction, which was not, as Scott Clem wished he saw, not owning it, like, yeah, that was probably not the best thing to accept that check on the floor. I probably should have said, hey, let's do this later, not here, not on the people's house, in the people's house. No, not only no ownership of what happened, but of playing the blame game after, trying to deflect, saying, no, it's Yin's fault, it's Provenza's fault for taking the photo. That's what's the most disturbing. And as far as this committee, Tom, to get back to the 7-person committee, you're saying you already see how this goes. There'll be a declaration of no impropriety. There'll be, one of those things. And so what do you suggest? We just disband the committee and get back to business, pretend it never happened, or what has to happen to make things right?
Everybody who cares knows what happened because it played out on photographs and video and in news stories.
Yeah.
I don't think they're going to find anything more. So let's, what they say, avoid the taxpayer-funded morality play.
Yes.
Where at the end, those who weren't kicked out of the house parade around like peacocks in full regale saying, I was exonerated. I did nothing wrong. When we all saw some wrong, and that was, and like I say, if it was just handing out the checks and it stopped there, who cares? But it was all of the acts that impugned the ethics of the legislature. Things, you hold elected representatives who are representing thousands of people to a higher standard. And there was a lot of underground stuff going on lots of ways. And I can see how Representative Provenza would rather go to the press than go to leadership, seeing how things played out. It's sad because that institution is so important to this state. And the people occupying those chairs should be open and honest. And even when they come on and are interviewed with you on the radio or interviewed with the press, they sidestep the issue. They say, yeah, I'm going to wait till the investigative committee calls me. Or, yeah, I got a check, but I don't think I did anything wrong. And getting the check isn't the problem. It's everything that happened after that nobody's admitting to that's embarrassing.
Yeah, that's what I feel. And it's like it's good for me to have what my initial spidey sense affirmed by someone who has been there. That's why I think Tom Lubnau, you have no idea. It's time to puff up his head a little bit, but it's so great to have your institutional knowledge, to have your inside knowledge. Look what media did Monday when they received this photo from Representative Provenza. Did anybody jump on this and say, check date on Monday or Tuesday or Wednesday? I mean, how many days passed? Because sometimes, the rookies on the House floor, maybe in their first term, are looking wide-eyed at the whole thing saying, I don't know what to think. And media, with a chance to jump on a Checkgate scandal, presses pause and says, we don't know what to make of this. It takes somebody like you, Tom, who's like the outside looking in. You've been there, I trust when you cry foul or when you have a take on things. I think it's crucial to have somebody like you, Gail Symons, but somebody who can assure us what our feelings are, right, like whatever we're feeling is okay, because
Well, I'll tell you how to judge it, Jake, is to watch the debate on Thursday afternoon when Representative Yin moved to lay this bill back. And when the Speaker of the House has to gavel everybody down and tell the House to act like adults.
Yeah.
After they had shouting matches and screaming and interruption and trying to stop people debating. It was not Wyoming's best display. It reminded me of the videos you see of the South Korean legislature where they all end up in a fist fight on the floor, which did happen sort of in Wyoming in 1913. The minority leader broke a composite over the Speaker of the House's head. And if you go look at the 1913 composite, they're not in the same picture. The Democrats and the Republicans wouldn't be in the same picture. And one of them has a rip in it where it broke over the Speaker of the House's head. So this is not the worst moment in Wyoming history, but it ranks up there.
Yeah. Well, thank you, Tom. I appreciate you popping on this morning to put everything in perspective for us. Yeah, keep an eye out on that bill, that vote. Go back and watch the debate, the gaveling down and the eventual vote. How did it play out? And you make your decision. That's still available up there on YouTube. I think we have it embedded somewhere in one of our stories. Tom, I appreciate it.
It's embedded in my column.
Oh, there you go.
And let me say hi to my wife. Hey, Rita.
Hey, Rita.
She's listening.
Is she up this early?
Yeah, she sure is.
All right, Tom. Have a great day.
You too. Thanks, Jake.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Tom Lubnau joins us, Cowboy State Daily columnist. I love reading his stuff because I watch what happens in Cheyenne at the legislative session, and I watch the votes, and I wonder, because I am not political. This is not my theater, not my realm, and I watch something and I'm thinking, that's interesting. Is it interesting, Tom? And then I wait to read whatever Tom says, and he'll tell me whether it was interesting or not. It's great. Kind of a great test. What does Tom think about it? That's what I want to know. Let's take a break. Coming right back with more Hour 1 of the Cowboy State Daily Show.
Every morning, America wakes up to reheated outrage and copy-paste commentary.
Yeah, I don't follow talking points. I follow common sense. If that hits a nerve, good. It means you're still alive.
No spin, no fluff, no kumbaya. Just Jake. Serving up truth, sarcasm, and grit. Stirred by hand and seasoned with reality.
I don't yell, I don't pander. I just call it like I see it, and trust me, there's plenty to call.
From the Capitol to the county fair, if it's worth talking about in Wyoming, Jake's already on it. No permission needed, no script required.
The West was built by people who spoke their minds and stood their ground. I'm just making sure we don't forget how.
The Jake Show. Weekdays on CowboyStateDaily.com and wherever bold voices still have a mic.
No apologies, no filter, no bull.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
When it comes to making plans, you are the best. Those 9 months were also 273 days of planning. What about your daughter's first costume party? It was out of this world. And let's not forget those barbecues you plan in detail for your family and your more vegetarian by the day best friends. That surprise party for your parents' golden anniversary? You get the golden planning. The same way you plan each detail for those moments, start planning to protect you and your loved ones from a natural disaster. Sign up for local weather and emergency alerts. Prepare an emergency kit and make a family communications plan. Protecting your family is the best plan you can make.
Emma, did you hear?
Todd's in the hospital.
Who's Todd? He got a collapsed lung from vaping. He thought it was cool.
not cool.
Promise you won't vape, Emma. It can lead to a lifelong addiction, and we can't be friends if your lungs collapse.
Bogus.
Wacky sitcom teens aren't the best people to talk to your kid about vaping.
Hey, you got a minute?
You are. Start the conversation with your child about vaping today.
When the uniform comes off, the battle doesn't always end. Too many of our veterans are fighting silent wars with trauma, with loss, with hopelessness. Downrange Warriors stands in that gap, offering peer support, purpose, and a brotherhood that saves lives. You can help. Visit downrangewarriors.org because no warrior should ever walk alone. Hope is waiting. Be the reason they find it.
We're back from break. Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. I don't want this particular music bed. Let's change it up. Let's try this one. All right, this might be better because we're going to do This Day in History. This day, February 23rd. It was this day that one of the most, maybe the most, I can't think of my words. Use your words, Jake. I don't want to use like a bland vanilla word like the most incredible, the most awesome, the most... But this day, 1540 is the year. On this day, Spanish explorer Francisco Vasquez de Coronado began his search, unsuccessfully, I might add, spoiler alert, for the fabled 7 cities of gold in the American Southwest. Rumors of the city made of gold spurred Spanish explorer Francisco Vasquez de Coronado to undertake an incredible journey. I mean, you thought Lewis and Clark's expedition, which happened how many years later? 200 years later? More than 200. 207, 265 years later. 265 years later, Lewis and Clark would undertake a journey that they write novels about. Incredible journey. Think about that. 250 years before, Spanish explorer Francisco Vasquez de Coronado not only sailed over here, not only got here from Spain, which was in 1540, there was no guarantee of getting to the new Americas safely on a boat. He does all that, and that's only the beginning. And then he takes his team of, I think he brought along a cannon, if I remember right. And he looks for the city of gold. And the ground he covered, he started out way down in Compostela, Mexico, not right there on the border on the Rio Grande, like way down towards Mexico City, only on the western side of Mexico. Travels all the way up the Gulf of California. This is when they believed that California was an island because it appeared such. Nobody had ever explored it north of where the Gulf of California ends. Coronado then brings his whole team into Arizona on the eastern side of that, what is now Arizona. Heads north, then turns right east into New Mexico. All this, I assume, on intel he received as he went. Like, where did he even know where to look for gold? Along the way, he's got to ask you, have you heard about this city of gold? Yeah, I think it's that way. He just keeps on going, man. How many miles He goes from deep in Mexico, almost all the way through Arizona, hangs a right at Albuquerque, all the way through New Mexico, Texas, some of Texas, through the Panhandle, up through all of Oklahoma, all the way up to Kansas. In 1540. I mean, that journey, what he did 300 years later would have been considered arduous and foolhardy and good luck. You'll never get back alive. And he does it in 1540. It was this day that he set out on this unbelievable, dramatic, mounted exploration. Oh, man, round of applause for Francisco Vasquez de Coronado, but he never found no gold. But he could put together a heck of a AAA triptych map on what he saw. 1836, this day, the siege of the Alamo begins. 1847, on this day, U.S. troops under the control of General Zachary Taylor defeated Mexico's General Santa Anna, Battle of the Buena Vista in Mexico. On this day in 1905, a creamery in Cheyenne began selling pasteurized milk. Prior to that, it was just raw milk, raw dairy, but this whole pasteurization thing was taking hold, and a creamery in Cheyenne began selling for the first time pasteurized milk on this day. The National Vocational Act was signed into law this day, 1917. The Smith-Hughes Act, it was the first American law providing direct federal role in high school education, signed into law on this day, 1917. 1941, blizzard conditions. Wyoming stalled traffic throughout the state. Remember, prior to World War II, there was no 4x4 vehicles. We all had two-wheel drive in 1941. So a blizzard in Wyoming in 1941, I mean, just bring traffic to a standstill, wouldn't it? 1948, on this day, an earthquake, Yellowstone, felt regionally up there in Montana, Idaho, Wyoming. Big shaker, 1948. This would be a precursor, I imagine, to the Hebgen Lake. When did that happen? That big Hebgen, I guess I have to spell it right. Hebgen Lake quake. Wasn't that 1950s? Yeah, 1959. So this is 10 years prior. Big earthquake in Yellowstone. Maybe sign of things to come kind of earthquake. Maybe. This day, 1950, a special session of the legislature is called to finish the budget? No. To conduct fistfights on the floor of the House? No. Special session this day, 1950, to deal with the problem of a grasshopper infestation. Grasshoppers, they can be a problem. February 23rd, 1969, Governor Hathaway signs into law a state severance tax bill. The bill had been extremely controversial. Governor Hathaway, of which that name, you know, the Hathaway Scholarship for UW. Hathaway was, what a crucial governor he was. When he took office, the state had a reported $82 in the budget, like to spend. Not $82,000, $82. 1969, Governor Hathaway. Yeah, and that guy somehow got the state through some tough fiscal times. It was this day in 1985, the bison was adopted as the official state mammal. We call it a buffalo around here. Yeah, we know we're wrong, but we're Wyoming. It's a buffalo. 1990, the first day of issue ceremony for the stamp based on Conrad Schwering's painting High Mountain Meadows was held in Cheyenne. We're going to have a pretty fancy artist on the show later today. Chris Navarro joins us, the famed sculptor. Well, also yet to come, we're going to hear from Gail Symons. Senator John Kolb will be on to talk gambling. Representative Cody Wylie penned a fantastic guest article in the Cowboy State Daily. I love it, and it's so positive and Wyoming uplifting. And we got a whole mess more guests I don't even have time to cover. Let's get to it. 1 hour gone here with the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. And we got to pause now for news. See you on the other side.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. A Casper man traded his very successful tech career in Austin for a far different mission, helping women who were rescued from the sex trade in Uganda. Cowboy State Daily's Dale Killingbeck reports that Lucas Rowley and his wife are teaching these women to be self-sufficient by tying high-end fishing flies and selling them in the United States.
They've taught these women that were sexually abused, given them jobs, taught them how to tie flies, and now through a website, they're marketing them to America from Uganda. So they're making them in Uganda, and they're marketing them to the Rocky Mountain region in the States.
Rowley tells Cowboy State Daily that he is trying to figure out ways to empower the Ugandans in things such as managing suppliers, doing customs paperwork, shipping, and the financial side of the operation. The flies are sold online at rescueriver.com. The same milk sold in both Wyoming and Montana are sometimes tagged with different sell-by and best-by dates, with Wyoming's being a week longer. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that the Wyoming Department of Agriculture says it's all about the bureaucracy of milk.
There are a lot of people who are saying that it was a protectionist move. It made it more difficult for other states to sell their milk in Montana because you got to sell it within 12 days of pasteurization. That's pretty difficult to do if you're not in Montana. The dairy industry says they want to make sure that when customers get their milk, it's the freshest tasting. It does ensure that you are getting a very fresh glass of milk with no chance of spoilage.
Department of Agriculture spokesman Derek Grant tells Cowboy State Daily that Montana's law requires all grade A pasteurized milk to be sold within 12 days of its pasteurization, whereas Wyoming uses the typical 14 to 21 day industry standard. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this. WYDOT wants to remind you, with ice and snow, take it slow. This message from the Wyoming Department of Transportation.
My name's Brady Thornock. I manage my family's ranch here in Uena County. Ranching teaches you to think long-term, and it teaches you that Wyoming stays strong when there's real work here. That's why I'm building a data center on this ranch with a Wyoming company called Prometheus Hyperscale. This project will create thousands of Wyoming jobs, and it will use Wyoming's natural gas resources. We need to build Wyoming. I'm doing this for the future of Wyoming.
Build Wyoming with Prometheus Hyperscale. Go to buildwyoming.com. What if you didn't have to travel out of state for expert rheumatology care? Hoskinson's Health Rheumatology offers access to 2 world-class rheumatologists right here in Gillette. From early joint pain to complex autoimmune disease, patients receive advanced diagnostics, in-house infusion therapy, and coordinated care. Expert rheumatology, expertise close to home. Hoskinson Health Rheumatology. We are the future of healthcare now, and your doctor works here. Visit hoskinsonhealth.com.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. It took over a year for celebrated Wyoming bronze artist Chris Navarro to create the 15-foot sculpture of Steamboat, located on the University of Wyoming campus. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that Navarro says the iconic statue is more than just a symbol of UW, it's a symbol of Wyoming.
You really have to admire the artistry that went into this particular statue, because Steamboat has existed as a silhouette, but it's only existed as a silhouette in 2 dimensions for so long. Chris Navarro had to take that silhouette and embody it in a larger-than-life 3D bronze sculpture.
A Deep Seat and a Long Reign is a 15.5-foot tall monument that stands in the new roundabout at Ivinson Avenue and 15th Street on the University of Wyoming campus in Laramie. Rick Edney is training mules to pull several wagons to create the freight train that hauled goods into Thermopolis in the late 1800s. Cowboy State Daily's Jackie Dorothy reports that Rick says it's time-consuming but exciting to reenact the feats of Henry 16-Mule Team Johnson for Trailblazer Days.
Henry Johnson was an immigrant who had 16 mules that he attached to his wagon train and would bring it through Thermopolis. The story goes that he wanted to be able to turn those 16 mules around easily, and so he talked to the store owner and town founder, Martin McGrath, who agreed that the streets needed to be wide enough to accommodate those 16 mules.
To keep his team in order, Edney will use an old-fashioned jerk line and has been spending the last few months retraining his mules for this feat. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
The climate that we're operating under has everyone on the defensive.
You see a person and you automatically put them in a box and say, well, this is what this person should be like.
All of this ostracizing people, what are we afraid of?
We're called to love one another. It can't be, I reject you as a person.
This country's been through so much. Its people has been through so much. Why can't we fix this?
Do we have issues we have to deal with? Yes, we do. But we're not going to be able to deal with them if we're fighting and yelling at each other and not listening.
Yeah, she has an accent. Oh gosh, she dressed funny, but we're talking the same thing. We're all concerned about our children, concerned about the world we live in.
A lot of people wouldn't even think we should be here talking to each other, but I'm sorry, I disagree.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a Monday, hour 2. We get Gail Symons in here. Gail, I got to drink coffee while you talk. I got to catch up. I'm way behind caffeine-wise.
Good morning.
Good morning. How's everything?
Oh, it's doing good. It's another week. We start off fresh, right?
That's right. Let's start it. Start at zero. The Olympics are over, but the real circus, the real show, the real sporting event is the 68th legislative session. Gail's just there for the circus in the House, that is. Comparatively, the two chambers have been acting the way, we visualize them. They call the Senate the upper chamber, the adult room. The House is more like the kids' table at Thanksgiving, and they're acting like it. Gail, fantastic column. Where do you want to start?
Well, I guess maybe you could call it a Roman circus. It reminds me more of the Colosseum, where people gather around just to watch others getting torn to pieces by other people and animals. It's really it's really actually disheartening. I've been ruminating. How's that for a word? Mm-hmm. About kind of what I was experiencing and witnessing. And I think the underlying theme that I saw here wasn't just the lack of decorum. It was the mean-spiritedness of it. It was, Wyoming is not mean. We pull in the belt when we have to, but we are generous people. And I mean generous not in handing out money. It's generous in terms of ensuring that others who are not as blessed as we are, or and even, well, not as blessed as we are, and ensuring that we're helping them out, that we're providing them a path forward, and that we're taking care of each other. And frankly, government money is the people's money. Whether we got 30% or so from the minerals industry or 30% because we had adults in both chambers in prior years who said, let's save for the future. Because that idea, those two things, I think, are what strikes me the most. The generosity where we help others and this view to the future. And what I saw happening in both the budget that I'm going to keep calling John Bear's budget. It's not it's not the people's budget. It's not JAC. It's John Bear's budget. And it's mean-spirited. It is narrow-minded, and it is here and now. There's no looking to the future. I hope that people look at this and say, this is not who we are. We can have adult conversations. We can have serious consideration of what the needs are without saying, like one individual who's actually a pastor, that we're going to allow kids to go hungry because they might turn into socialists.
Budget sessions are interesting in that they really reveal lawmakers' priorities. You said so. Joe Biden says so. Joe Biden says, show me your budget. I'll tell you what you value. This budget session is revealing more of strategy than it is in actual budgeting. And just look at the hours. The story is told in how much time each chamber is spending on the readings of the budget. The House debated first reading 20 hours. The Senate took 2, 1/10 the time. Third reading, 19 hours in the House. I mean, they were at it all day and night Saturday until one representative fainted. And they are to bring in when is the last time we've had to bring in EMTs to like give IVs? These guys have been spending a lot of time on the budget, a lot of amendment type stuff. What is that signal? I think Gail will say it means they're trying to defend the appropriations version of the governor's budget and John Bear's version of the governor's budget, as Gail says.
Well, and so the fact that they had 200, I mean, just hundreds of amendments, and they're trying to get all this done and it took 39 hours. You know, the appropriations, the joint appropriations spends 4 weeks preparing for the budget session, 2 weeks of the governor presenting after they had spent weeks and weeks with the departments, like deep diving and really getting into it, 2 weeks of that. And then 2 weeks of discussing, well, in theory, discussing amongst themselves and having callbacks and really like 4 weeks. And they're trying to compress 4 weeks of really serious, what are the trade-offs? What does this mean? What do we have available? And they're compressing it into 4 days. And that's why it took so long, is that the joint appropriations did not do their job. They didn't dive in. There were so many times when one of the members would pin them down and say, did you discuss this with the department? Well, we talked to them. What did the department say? Well, and then they end up confessing they didn't talk to the department. They shoved people from WBC into budget. They didn't ask the budget division if they could do that. They didn't ask the WBC what would happen if they went away. They didn't ask the Department of Agriculture what the effect would be by gutting the invasive species. They didn't ask the forestry what would happen when they took away all of the additional funds for firefighting and cheatgrass. They didn't talk to they didn't even talk about this in public. They would go off and they'd come back and they'd look at the script that they got from Chairman Bear, and they would just decimate the budget.
So the effect, Gail, is what you say in your article is 6 legislators made decisions that with little discussion, and now we're trying to see how those play out on the floor as a whole, where Freedom Caucus does hold sway, and yeah, I feel like they really painted themselves out on a ledge where they've claiming $1.5 billion in savings, and they have to stick pretty hard to that line because every concession, every negotiation, every amendment to the budget means they've chipped away at that $1.5 million and can no longer crow about it. They've boxed themselves in a corner a little bit from what I read in your column.
Well, they did box themselves in, but they boxed themselves in with a campaign out. So there's a joke about the two, or anecdote, I guess you would say, about the two hunters out in the woods, and a bear comes and starts charging them. So they start running. One of them stops and he starts changing his boots into running shoes. And the other guy says, "What are you doing? You can't outrun the bear." In this case, literally. And the guy says, "I don't have to outrun the bear. I just have to outrun you." And so there's a couple of paths that I see this going forward. The first is that they dig their heels in and they say, "No, we're going to cut all this because we care about the taxpayer." Never mind that's a trope as well. And we end up with no budget, and they come back with a special session. Now, I think that is a poor political decision on the part of the Freedom Caucus. So what I see happening instead is they're currently claiming that they've successfully defended $4 billion. Like where? That math doesn't math. Like, what are you counting the same thing several times? What I see more likely is that they actually will negotiate, but then the campaign slogan will be, "We were trying to save you your money, and the Senate, it's the Senate's fault." So no matter what, they're working off of campaign signals rather than what's needed for the state. And I think that it's going to be the rational people of the state and of the legislature to not let this die in silence. And it's not just, the Checkgate. I'm sorry, but Bear's running that, and they're clearly. She doesn't have. Isn't there a quote about old Joe Kennedy, telling the people working for JFK not to buy any more votes than they have to, and frankly, you don't. Those other legislators, you don't have to buy them. They're going to go whatever Bear tells them. If Bear's in, joined at the hip, that Checkgate's a nothing. It just shows a lack of consideration, a lack of integrity, but they weren't buying votes. They already had Bear. They don't need anybody else's vote.
Gail Symons has sharp eyes on this budget session, and we did see, I think it's second reading, somewhere in the near 40 hours of discussion. They put in a whole works week, a whole week's of work into 2 days. The House did restore some $111.8 million for employee raises using a different method of funding. But I'm interested, where are we now? Second reading, third reading, and tell me about why some of this, remember, this is a biennium budget. This has to last 2 years, but some of these amendments, some of the budget stuff in the House only is going to cover 1 year. That's going to leave a real funny situation with the supplemental budget next year.
Well, and so we're talking billions of dollars here, right? So I think one of the legislators that I really enjoy said we're stepping over $1 to pick up a dime. That is perfect. So the what is it called? Technology Replacement Program, where they've consolidated all of the purchases of software and hardware over the 2 years, and it comes to $8.5 million. They just whacked it in half. They basically just said, we're going to only pay for the first year which means that they have to come back for a supplemental. Well, I would like to remind people that we didn't have a supplemental last time.
Right.
So they just cut all the computers and software in half for no good reason. And some, again, it's just mean-spirited. You know, I have fun with cartoons, and I think I've got another one that is playing around in my mind of Scrooge, right? Being mean just to be mean. Like, what's up with that? And then don't turn around and pray, because I'm not listening.
Burning $1 to save a penny, that appears to be, for some, what it looks like is going on in the House. We have not heard nearly the last of it because to reconcile, to get senators and representatives together, we're going to see a budget conference committee that's going to be far, far apart. And I don't know where they even start or where they end up. Gail Symons' column, when funding becomes leverage, policy becomes punishment. Is this a budget session or a display of disciplinary power? Interesting. Go read the words of Gail Symons, and we're going to get into weather next. Gail, have a great Monday.
Thank you.
You bet.
Winter is here. Wind chills below zero, ice and snow. Oh, and the drifts. Oh, you know what it's like. But guess what? Cowboy State Daily has you covered with the most accurate and reliable forecast with meteorologist Don Day. So you know what to expect. You know the saying, if you don't like the weather in Wyoming, just wait 5 minutes. It will change. But you don't have to keep checking the skies or an app on your phone to see if it's going to rain or snow. So make sure you're getting your forecast from Cowboy State Daily's Don Day. Every day.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I don't remember how it started. Our back and forth. Victory. Fumble. Repeat. It always came back.
Dad! Okay, here we go, throw it! Yeah.
You probably don't remember what you told me,
That was perfect.
but I heard every word.
Nice.
Jason, let's go see your room.
What do you think? We kept it a little spare, so you can decorate it how you like.
Dinner! Go?
Excellent. Soccer is fun. Yeah, I saw you guys out there.
Cowboy State Daily Show, Don Day here. The day weather forecast, a little windy across the state. High wind warnings in some places. It was blowing around pretty good overnight here in Jackson, which is rare. We rarely get wind at night. But yeah, where that wind coming from, Don?
We've got a very strong jet stream wind forming in the Pacific Northwest that's going to be moving in over the course of the next few days. It does not give me great joy to tell everybody it's going to be really windy, because one thing that makes people more cranky than anything is the wind.
Oh, yeah.
Yes. So we're going to have a lot of high wind advisories, high wind warnings, probably through Thursday. It's going to affect the western and central parts of the state and the north first. And then as the jet stream sags southward, winds are going to really ramp up late tomorrow and Wednesday in the south. And the I-25, I-80 corridor areas will get it the worst. But these jet stream winds, Jake, are also moist. We are going to see a lot of snow falling in the northern and western mountains of the state and the southern mountains as well. And even a few rain and snow showers on the plains. But I think to sum it up this week, very windy, pretty mild, mountain snow, miserable wind on the plains. Other than that, it looks great.
Well, that's a lot. The snow event, I think, comes Tuesday into Wednesday. Is that when we're looking for the white stuff?
Well, no, there'll be snow overnight tonight and tomorrow morning in the western mountains and valleys. It's kind of come in pulses and surges. The best chance for some snow showers on the plains will be tomorrow night and Wednesday. And there's going to be a little bit of activity across the low elevations, and we'll need to kind of watch a few areas, but the bigger precipitation totals will be in the mountains. And we'll be looking at those winds, 60, 70, 80 miles an hour along I-80 and I-25.
Oh, that prairie wind drove many a pioneer mad back in the day in Wyoming.
What do you mean many a pioneer mad? Many a
modern
mobile home trailer person.
Yeah. Where is my home? Where did I park my home? Have you ever seen the movie The Homesman?
No.
Starring Hilary Swank and Tommy Lee Jones. It's real dark Western, but it concerns three young ladies who were just driven crazy by being alone on their spread in the West, and the wind always they're always sweeping the dirt floor because the wind is blown in the cracks.
So here, I'll make you feel a little bit better about the wind.
Yeah.
I'm watching, the nor'easter up in the northeast part of the United States right now.
Yeah.
We're seeing wind gusts of 74 to 88 miles an hour in Montauk, New York, and getting inland. So this is a snow-a-cane, essentially. Already 2 feet of snow in some areas.
Yes.
So it could be worse, is my point.
Could be. Yeah. Look at what last week I was going to ask you about that. This mid-Atlantic thing that they said could develop into a bomb cyclone or whatever. It is developing into something. Yeah.
Oh yeah. It's really intense. And I tell you, those East Coast storms are really tricky because a lot of times they'll blow up like this and stay just off the coast. And it really comes down to a game of inches sometimes. But this one, all the stars lined up to wallop that I-95 corridor.
All right, Don. Well, windy, that's the word of the week. Sorry. Thanks for the forecast. Good Monday to you. Don Day and the day weather forecast. Yeah, we got a little bit of wind. Sorry. But, we're used to that in this state. Come on, wind is just everyday occurrence. Let's see, where are we going next? Speaking of the budget session, I'll be real interested to see how this turns out. The $15 million appropriations to kind of salt the mine or roll out a $15 million red carpet for the PRCA. The Senate, they're for it. Cleared the Senate last week on a 24/7 vote. This is $15 million of tourism money. It is tax money. I know some that like to posture themselves as not tax and spend lawmakers will say, well, this is not tax money. From what I understand, it is tax money. It's just a different kind of tax. It's not, property tax. It's not sales tax. It's a tax, lodging tax stuff. So, theoretically, tourists, visitors pay more of this. And it's what the lodging tax or bed tax was designed for, to be reinvested into tourism, into more economic stimulation. So It's that kind of tax and spend deal. $15 million already pledged by the Cheyenne Leads Group. They've been on this. They were first on it and saw the opportunities here. So Cheyenne Leads said, we'll clear $15 million towards PRCA headquarters, the Professional Rodeo Cowboys Association. More importantly than the headquarters would just be like a theoretical, isn't it great that the governing body of rodeo, which is sort of the NFL to football, is what the PRCA is to rodeo or to Cheyenne Frontier Days. Wouldn't it be great to have its headquarters in Wyoming, in Cheyenne? And then the tourism component of it is what would come with the PRCA headquarters, and that's the Pro Rodeo Hall of Fame and Museum. A chance to, on a rainy day, for instance, during the 10 days of the Daddy of them all, rainy day, rainy afternoon, you could duck in there and do a little tourism. And you could do it year-round in the middle of winter, if we ever had one again. So, $15 million from Cheyenne Leads, and another $15 million would be needed, at least promised to PRCA. We can get you 30 total, but can we? The $15 million from lawmakers could be hung up in the House. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how that goes. Senate had a decent appetite for it. 24-7 vote last Friday. Senator Ogden Driscoll, for one, called it a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. But the House, which has made a lot of noise about dismantling the Business Council, saying that there's, we don't need to spend money. We don't need to bribe, bribe's not the right. We don't need to attract outside business to Wyoming outside of what we already have organically. Wyoming's a great place to do business. Businesses should want to come to Wyoming for the beneficial tax environment. Low taxes, quality of life is great. Wyoming has a lot to offer. We shouldn't have to pay to have businesses come and then maybe leave. The House that's been the majority House rhetoric, at least from the Freedom Caucus, who find no usefulness for the Business Council. Similarly, an economic spur. These things should happen in the private sector. If Wyoming's so great, it sells itself, is the general feeling in the House. So how does this play? The $15 million for the PRCA headquarters to move to Cheyenne through the Senate fairly easily, but the House, I wonder how this will play in the House. I'll be interested. We're past that halfway point. We're past the point where bills can be introduced now. Everything that's been introduced now flips chambers. If it was brought up in the House, it now goes to the Senate and vice versa. That's where we are now. Meanwhile, the budget's still yet to be hammered out. The House has their version. The Senate has their version. And reconciling the two, which are very far apart. The House, again, 39 hours they spent on the budget, making so many amendments that this thing, they built the plane while they were flying it. And meanwhile, the Senate, pretty much in alignment with what the governor turned in, pretty close. Senate spent much less time making amendments and changes to the budget. They pretty much stamped it. It spent, I think, a total of 7 hours getting through the Senate, 39 hours in the House. What'll be next is a budget conference committee, and that'll include 5 of your guys and 5 of our guys, and maybe Gail's in there. 5 senators and 5 House representatives will get together at the Budget Conference Committee. At the first conference, members may address only the differences between the two versions. If that effort fails, a second conference would allow the entire bill to be rewritten. And I'm thinking that might be the road we're headed down. And I don't know if there's enough time in this budget session to get all that done. This budget conference committee, 10 total lawmakers getting together trying to hammer out the budget when you've got from the House side a very much Freedom Caucus influence. We saw it at the Appropriations Committee, and they've, for the most part, drawn a line in the sand, a hard line on many issues in the budget. And the Senate, they pretty much going along with the governor's budget. So there's a big gap between the two chambers for sure. I don't know how they figure that out, but that'll be the interesting part of this conference committee, which will be publicly available. You can watch that on the YouTube and on Wyoming PBS as well. Whoever carries the whole session, that's also a public meeting, so you will see that on YouTube. And I suggest anybody with an interest in what is going on in Cheyenne with the 68th legislative session peek in on that. That's the whole thing, man. That's why they're there. That is everything. That's 10 lawmakers getting together trying to reconcile a budget. That's what it all boils down to. Senator John Kolb discussing gambling. He's supposed to be on right now, but I'm not sure what's happening to Senator Kolb. He's introduced a handful of bills regarding reining in gambling that he said has just gotten out of control. He's got a good point that at the very least, we probably need to establish some kind of gaming commission, a permanent gaming commission that makes decisions on gambling, whether it's these so-called friendly card games that are taking place in bars where the house gets a cut. Some of these pots we've seen have gotten to six figures. There was like $124,000 payout in one bar in Sweetwater County, I think. Senator Driscoll tried to address gambling as far back as 2019. With little success, we saw the lack of definitive gambling rhetoric, at least when it comes to the Constitution and how the state defines gambling. We've seen that so fuzzy, and that was highlighted in a case with Scott Schrofeld. Remember the Casper guy? He was up on charges of gambling, and he was considering a full-out challenge, a full-out assault on the state constitution and how it addresses gambling. He said it's way gray area, way fuzzy, and we need more concise law writing regarding gambling. And I think many have agreed that is something that needs to be addressed, may come to a head with this session as Senator John Kolb, Sweetwater County Republican, also on the committee, the Judiciary Committee, the Transportation Committee. He's pushing 4 different bills that would tighten up regulations on the industry, beginning with Senate File 111, which would create a permanent select committee. Right now, the only entities that govern gambling, that decide whether something is gambling or is legal or not legal, it's the Attorney General or each individual county's attorneys, prosecuting attorneys. Those are who decide. Shouldn't we have a dedicated gambling commission who makes decisions on this? I would think. And then there's these skill-based amusement games, these video games that show up everywhere. They're popping up like a bumper crop of sugar beets everywhere you go now. In grocery stores, you're getting these skill-based amusement games. I love that terminology, skill-based amusement games, which are basically gambling machines, and they're attractive to kids. Kids have been seen playing these things. They were meant to be only in places that served alcohol, known as bars, saloons. That was how the law was written. But here's another case of why the law needs to be more concise and less fuzzy because smart lawyers have found a loophole in Wyoming state laws concerning where these skill-based amusements can pop up. These games can only appear where they serve alcohol, says the state. Well, some smart lawyers say, well, at a grocery store that has a beer aisle, that's a place that sells alcohol. So we can have these these gambling games right there at checkout. And they do. And kids have been seen playing them like children. That's not good. Not a good look. And Senator Kolb said, we got to fix that. And he's got Senate File 44, 45, 46, all dedicated towards reining in gambling that is now, what, a $2 billion industry estimated? This goes back to an old story I'm reading from Leo Wilson, who said, his headline, where does Wyoming gambling go next? $2 billion industry at a crossroads. Cowboy State Daily's Leo Wilson wrote that now 7 years ago. That was in 2019. Yeah, gambling is, we are at a crossroads. Gambling is big business. And where do state lawmakers stand on it? Do we need to put guardrails on it? Do we need to restrict certain things? Or do we want our cut? Do we need to make sure the state gets its cut, its share of gambling profits? It's a lot of money to be made and lost. Interesting things. We got to get a break because I think, who do I have? Oh, Chris Navarro is going to be on shortly. And I can't wait to talk about his sculpture work, his bronze. It's essentially Steamboat. He calls it Deep Sea and Long Rain. And that'll be a fun discussion. Stick around. That's next.
News happens at any time, any place. That's why at Cowboy State Daily, we're dedicated to the stories that matter, with reporters stretching from your hometown across Wyoming and beyond. It doesn't matter if it's happening in Yellowstone, the capital in Cheyenne, or the most remote slice of Wyoming. With over 150 years of combined journalism excellence, if it affects Wyoming, it affects you, and we've got it covered. Upstream from the herd, we're Cowboy State Daily.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
You know you don't have to wear your PT gear anymore, right?
It's comfortable.
So how's civilian life treating you?
It's fine.
When I got out, I didn't want to admit that there was anything wrong because I felt like a failure. And then I realized, there's nothing to be ashamed of. So I started talking to someone. Maybe you are fine, but if you're not, it's okay.
Thank you.
If you or a veteran you know needs support, don't wait. Reach out. Find resources at va.gov/reach.
Logan Wilson here at the M Building in Casper, Wyoming. They do more than just support businesses and private events. They support nonprofits by offering reduced rates to help the community thrive. The staff here at the M Building have been incredible in helping me organize a fantastic event. They are great partners for those who want to make a positive impact on the community. Come check out the M for your next event.
Hate is loud. It gets clicks. It gets attention. Hate, however, is actually quite small. But love is the majority. Filling up something far more important than any feed. Love fills our hearts, our lives, our every day with understanding, empathy, and compassion. Leaving hate to become what it truly is, a whisper.
Daily Show with Jake on a Monday. Raymond says, so are Democrats upset because their push on Checkgate hasn't turned into a big publicity stunt? Campaign donations after business hours doesn't concern a lot of us. They didn't stop the session to hand them out. So what's the big deal? Says Raymond. That's on the Cowboy State Daily Show Facebook page, where we run the show live on Facebook, live on X. We're also on YouTube, where we have our own channel, Cowboy State Daily Channel. Make sure you subscribe while you're there. We're up to 23,000 subscribers. Kara says what they did, accepting these checks on the House floor, was unethical. It may not have been illegal, but it was still wrong. They should be ashamed of their actions. Words of Kara. Barbara simply says, interesting. It is, isn't it? I mean, it's the budget session. It's been more interesting than most legislative sessions. Most, go by with just a lot of pomp and circumstance. Not even pomp and just circumstance. No pomp. Budget sessions are like just what they sound like. Yawn. For me, I don't know. Some people are way into politics and the session in Cheyenne. I'm a little more interested in a general session because you see all these different bills and you learn what different lawmakers, what their constituents are concerned about. C. Wylie. Okay, we have in our guest room Representative Cody Wylie, who is very early, but I appreciate the go-gettiness. Go get him. But we do not have sculptor Chris Navarro. All right. More Zoom room shenanigans on a Monday. It's always a Monday. Always a Monday where my Zoom room management just falls to pieces. Yeah, but we will be with you, Representative Wylie, first thing next hour. I'm interested in talking about his guest column in the Cowboy State Daily. It's really good, and positive, where so many of the stories we hear are not positive. Yeah, I guess I'll do a little bit of rodeo, because to acknowledge the fact that the Zoom room has become a rodeo. Let's check in with the Western Ag Network, see what Will's doing.
Hi, and welcome to the Rodeo Roadshow. I'm Will Rasmussen from Tucson, Arizona, and the 101st Tucson Rodeo in the sunshine of southern Arizona. Today, Chief Operations Manager of the Tucson Rodeo, Sam Merriman, who's also an All-Pro, and he played for the NFL's Seattle Seahawks. We'll talk to him about some history of the Tucson Rodeo coming up next.
When you turn bulls out, you're building the future of your herd. Join Clear Creek Angus for their 18th annual production sale, March 2nd at 1 o'clock. Bear Paw Livestock in Chinook, Montana, with special guests, Weaver Herefords. Selling 80 Angus yearling bulls, 15 Hereford bulls, 40 F1 Baldy heifers, 50 Angus replacements, and 38 bred heifers calving March 15th through May 1st. Cattle built to add pounds, backed by strong maternal genetics, moderate birth weights, and heavy weaning performance. View catalog videos and bid at dvauction.com.
Every year, humic loss makes it harder for crops to absorb applied nutrients. Resurge from Helena is a low-dust granule that delivers humic compounds to improve nutrient uptake and plant growth. The Resurge granule's superior hardness and uniformity withstands pneumatic applications, allowing for even distribution in your fertilizer and across the acre. Energize your soil and elevate your crops. Contact your Helena representative to learn more. Always follow label instructions and check registration status before use.
Tell us a little bit about Tucson and the history of the Tucson Rodeo.
Okay, but since you brought up Gary, I want to do that a little bit, okay?
Yeah, please.
So when I took my new position and I was moving, there was someone else in his office. I'm sitting in his office right now because I knew I was going to be in Gary's office. I'm like, hey, you're going to have to switch me out. That's the only way that one's going to work, because I admired that man so much and he helped me so much, when I was performance chair and all that. So, going into this, if you look at, we're 101 years old, we've accomplished so much, but we still want to accomplish a lot more. And one of the things we do is, we give a ton of money back to the community. And for the first time, kind of started putting it all together. I realized in 5 years, we've given over $500,000 contributed back into the community. And, we are the only place that I know of in the nation that gets out of school for rodeo week. So the kids get out Thursday and Friday so they can come to the rodeo. It is this huge community event. So when you look at it from a personal standpoint, you have to realize that, you're not producing a show here. You're producing something that this community relies on. And that's, we're happy. We're rolling into the next century with it.
My friend Sam Merriman on the Rodeo Roadshow. I'm Will Rasmussen on the Western Ag Network.
Yeah, let's get back to the Zoom room. Chris Navarro's here. He spent more than a year hammering out. I don't know, do you hammer a bronze? Maybe. I bet a hammer is involved. He created the 15-foot sculpture of Steamboat, located at the University of Wyoming campus. It's more than just a symbol of UW. It's a symbol of Wyoming. We know that. Adopted by the college in 1921, adopted by the state in 1936. It's on the license plate. That emblem in 2D is so important to the state of Wyoming. When this guy was asked to create the 3D version, I think Chris Navarro knew the weight that comes with that to get it right. You've always loved this logo, this emblem, and I can't think of a better guy to ask to hammer out a 3D version of it, and I love it. It's Steamboat come alive in the sculpture that's deep seat and a long reign. Chris, thanks for being on.
Yeah, it's a pleasure.
So how were you asked? And I can see from the sculpture the brand that you put on the horse, the Double Four Foundation. That's got to be a shout out to Double Four Foundation. How did it come about? You were asked, you were commissioned to create this?
Well, I've done several sculptures for the University of Wyoming before. I did Cowboy Tough, which is a smaller version that I was originally commissioned by Lee Moon, who was an athletic director. And if you notice, it's right below at the stadium, right below the scoreboard, and the players come and touch it before they go play.
Right.
Joe Glenn started that tradition as getting Cowboy Mojo.
Yes.
So Cowboy Tough was the original one that I first did, and then I did another monument, but it was a little bit different version of Steamboat. It was for the Rochelle Center, and that was a competition they had between me and another artist, and we put that up in 2014. Well, I was approached by Dave True, who's runs the 4D Foundation. And a lot of people don't know this, but his great uncle, Alan Tupper True, is the one who actually designed. He was a commercial artist in Denver, and he designed the first logo that we still use today. And that was on the first, I think the license plates in 1936. And so he was commissioned to do that. And that symbol's been the longest running symbol on license plates in the United States, but it's also the most popular one because it's just such a cool logo. And it's been the symbol of our state for a long time.
I mean,
and so I was asked he wanted me to do a version of that in honor of his great uncle, Alan Tupper True.
Yeah,
that's originally how the commission came about. And then I proceeded to do it. I try to do it as close to the logo as possible. And that's the version we come up with. And it's right there at that new roundabout. And what's really cool at night, they light it up. So at night, when you go around it looks like it's floating in the air. Because, the lights just hit the horse and doesn't show the base at all. And it's kind of cool to look at it at night.
Oh, I didn't realize that. I'm going to have to see that at night. We have several photos of it in the story in the Cowboy State Daily. Andrew Rossi wrote the story about it, but we're talking to the artist that created the piece, deep seat and a long reign. It's essentially Steamboat logo come alive. Now, there's several things you could have drawn on inspiration. Or, there's the 1903 photograph that supposedly is the bucking horse steamboat. Who's riding him? I don't know. We'll leave that for another day. That's what UW was using for so long, their emblem. And then when it came time for the state to say, yeah, we love that, we want that to represent the whole state, we're going to put it on every license plate. That's when you get the True family involved, and an artist, Alan Tupper True, was asked to create that. Now, did he work off that 1903 photo? Did he take what UW had and just riff on it? And what did you take when you were asked to create the 3D version? What did you envision? How'd you do it?
Well, I believe he was commissioned to do a logo. See, back in the olden days, the people used to steal license plates and, move them around and everything like that. So they wanted to make sure that these were, that they would fabricate their own license plates with just numbers on it. And my understanding was that originally they wanted to put something on there that couldn't be fabricated, and so they put the bucking horse on there. And now, I mean, in the early 30s, that was a long time ago. I mean, we're talking almost 100 years ago that this whole started. So he was asked to commission, and they say that there's a great book out. It's called Steamboat, and I've read that book, gone through it a couple times, and there's so many different versions of everything. But originally, that he was supposedly used that photograph of Steamboat bucking. Steamboat was born in early 1900, and he was a champion bucking horse at Cheyenne Frontier Days, which used to be kind of like the World Championships in 1906 and 1907. Now, these horses were all They weren't flanked, and they weren't put out of bucking chutes. In the old days, they used to just snub them up to another horse and blindfold them, and a cowboy would climb on them. And they rode them with single rig saddles, and they didn't ride for 8 seconds. They had to ride the horse till it quit bucking. And Steamboat had the reputation like he had a lot of endurance. So I rode bucking horses, in 8 seconds, you're pretty wore out after 8 seconds. So I can't imagine having to ride one for a minute or a minute and a half or 2 minutes, whatever it would take. And Steamboat would just he'd gather himself up with the stories I read, and then he'd keep bucking, and then he'd just wear those guys out. And he bucked them, almost all of them off. There was a handful of guys that did ride him, and there's been several people say that that's my uncle or a great uncle on that Steamboat. So I'm not exactly sure which photo or image that Mr. True used to do the images, but I went off of that, and then I kind of changed it because proportionally it looked better, a little elongate the horse and rider a little bit, and makes the proportions more lifelike. And that's exactly what I tried to do with that. But I wanted to capture the spirit of him. Steamboat is a legendary bucking horse, and to think he was born in 1900. That's 126 years ago, and they still talk about him. He's in the Cowboy Hall of Fame. He was a black horse with 3 white socks, and he just had a reputation of just being tough and not breaking. In fact, he died, I think, when he was 16. He got a wire cut and got infected, and his leg got infected, and they had to put him down. And apparently they say they put him down at Cheyenne Frontier Days near the rodeo arena somewhere, and he was shot with Tom Horn's rifle. That's the story.
Oh, wow.
How he ended his life. So,
well,
but he's still a legend in the state, and I can't think of a better. I love that logo. I put it on a lot of things that I have. I put it on my truck. I put it on I had an airplane. I painted it on the tail of my airplane. I mean, everybody sees that logo, they know you're from Wyoming.
That piece of art has come to say Wyoming, and your title of this sculpture of the piece, I think, is fitting. Deep Sea in a Long Rain, which basically says another way of saying let her buck. It's another way of acknowledging an impending storm and saying, bring it on, do your worst. I'm Cowboy Tough. I'm Wyoming. I think it's perfectly named, and you did a great job with the piece. One last thing, Chris, tell me what it means to have your pieces to be a public artist. Some artists have their paintings and they sell, and they may go on a wall of a private McMansion and never to be seen by the person other than the person that owns them. Some pieces of art are on display in a stuffy gallery. Your stuff, this piece and hundreds of others, are out there for all to see. That's special.
Yeah, it is. That's one of the things I really enjoy about being an artist that does public monuments is that how many people get to view your work. That's in a roundabout here. I've done 41 different monuments, and I've got another roundabout I'm doing in Sedona, Arizona. I'm doing for them, and then I also have another dedication coming to Casper. So this will be number 18th. I believe the 18th sculpture I have in Casper outside, and it's for the Veteran Cemetery. It's called Fallen Comrade, and we're going to dedicate that on 9/11. This will be the 25th anniversary of 9/11, and that's when they want to do the dedication out there at Oregon Trail Cemetery in Casper. So I've got that one. I've got some other monuments coming up. I'm also doing, I made my first big wind turbine sculpture. It's a stove fence and a blade, and I'm painting a big mural on that. I want to put 35 Mustangs running across it. So I've been working on the painting part of that now. It's going to be a little harder to see, but it's up at Esterbrook, on Esterbrook Road up there, and it's at the rescue mission has a ranch up there. I've been working with the rescue mission the last few years, trying to help them with some things. I really believe in what they're doing and trying to help people get back on their feet. So it's a good cause. And I'll tell you what, I don't plan on retiring because I'm probably busier now than I've ever been. So, yeah. But I love what I do for a living. I mean, it's an honor to be able to make a living doing something you love, and you're able to share it with so many different other people.
Beats you up a lot less than rodeo, too. I love the work is fantastic. It's one of our favorite artists, sculptor Chris Navarro. His latest piece you can see right there at the campus. Chris, thanks for coming on.
My pleasure. You guys have a great day.
You too. We got to get to news. Let's do that now.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. The 2026 budget session has been interesting, to say the least. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports on what has happened and what can be expected this week in Cheyenne.
We are coming up on Tuesday, crossover day, the day when bills that started in, let's say, the House or the Senate should have crossed over into the other chamber, for the other chamber to vet, change, approve, reject them. And the budget negotiations are to start next week. Now, recall last week, the Senate decided we want the governor's recommendation for a starting point. So we're going to just wholesale revert back to the governor's recommendation and work our tweaks in from there. The House said we do not want the governor's recommendation for the starting point. We want the much slimmer, much altered package out of the Joint Appropriations Committee to be the starting point.
The 2026 Wyoming budget session is scheduled to wrap up and adjourn on Wednesday, March 11th. Cloud 9 was Cheyenne's off-duty political clubhouse where former Governor Ed Herschler, the only Wyoming governor to serve 3 terms, drank, smoked, and mingled with everyone from hunters to Supreme Court justices. Cowboy State Daily's Zach Sontag reports that its boozy camaraderie and unbuttoned attitude evoked a looser golden age of Wyoming politics.
An infamous story is when Gov Ed had so much he passed out right on the table. Capitol Police had to come and escort him out.
The Cloud 9 bar was in the old Cheyenne Regional Airport, which was close to the Capitol. The bar was perched right over the tarmac, known locally as the Jetsons Memorial Airport, because of its unique parabolic architecture. I'll be back with more news from Cowboy State Daily right after this. WYDOT wants to remind you, with ice and snow, take it slow. This message from the Wyoming Department of Transportation.
My name is Joanne, and I'm a mom of 6 here in Casper, Wyoming. When you raise a family here, you don't just think about today, you think about the future, where your kids will build their lives and where your grandkids might grow up. What worries me is that my kids will have to leave Wyoming to find good, high-paying jobs. That's why Build Wyoming matters to me. Data center jobs are high-quality, high-paying jobs, the kind that give families a real reason to stay and build a future here. Give our kids and grandkids a reason to stay, and they will.
Build Wyoming with Prometheus Hyperscale. Go to buildwyoming.com. What if healthcare worked the way it should? Hoskinson's Premier Care. Comprehensive quality care with one predictable fee. Unlimited office visits, annual wellness exams, preventative screenings, and advanced imaging. Primary and specialty care, in-house labs, mental health, and wellness support, including physical therapy and nutrition. Just $250 a month, no copays, no deductibles. World-class care right here in Gillette. We are the future of healthcare now. And your doctor works here. Visit hoskinsonshealth.com.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. As 41 states open their doors to NIL deals for high school athletes, Wyoming lawmakers backed by Senator Gary Crum, a former UW lineman, are moving against it. But Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that money is already available for teen sports stars right next door in Colorado.
to Gary Crum, and I said, could this set up a situation where a star athlete living in Cheyenne or Laramie suddenly moves across the border to Colorado because they're able to cash in? He basically said, so be it. I'm not saying you can't go pro as a high schooler. I'm just saying Wyoming should protect its amateurism at the high school level.
Senator Crum introduced Senate File 53 titled Keeping Amateurism in High School Athletics. The bill would write amateurism requirements into state statute for any student competing in a sport or activity sanctioned by the WHSAA. Cowboy State Daily is the only news organization that continues to follow the D.B. Cooper case. In the fourth installment of our series, Jen Coker reports that a parachute found on D.B. Cooper's suspect Richard McCoy's family property was seized and tested by the FBI, then quietly returned in December 2025 without explanation. Coker says that closed lips from the FBI is fueling new theories.
The FBI analyzed it for 2 years, and they told Richard they did soil test, DNA, as well as sending it out to an expert. They sent the parachute back in December 2025, and they told Richard McCoy, his son, that they're not ruling it out and they're not ruling it in. They couldn't conclusively tie it to the case, but they certainly weren't ruling it out.
When Cowboy State Daily reached out and asked the FBI Seattle office for a comment, they referred to their 2016 statement where they essentially closed the case pending any new evidence. And that's a look at today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
We said we'd never give in to a meltdown.
Okay.
And we'd never babysit with a screen. We said we'd never let the toys take over.
Mariella.
Never leave the house looking, well, and never let them out of our sight. Skylar, come here. Cars get hot fast, and kids can be at risk. Before you leave the car, always stop, look, lock.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a Monday, halfway through. But here just in time, Representative Cody Wylie. He's HD 39, that's Sweetwater County, parts of Rock Springs, Green River. Rock Springs is where this guy was born and raised. Representative Wylie, first I got to ask you how you're holding up, man. You've been at it a long time. You had to work on the weekend, and whoo, you doing all right?
Jake, good morning. Welcome from the capital city. Yeah, we're hanging in there. We've had a lot of midnights this last week and worked through the weekend. Got out of there 8:30 Saturday night. So we're doing good, trying to do good work.
Well, you missed an Olympics. We had a whole Winter Olympics and all that while you were busy trying to hammer out a budget and do other stuff. I love the guest column. You got to go read this, everybody, Cowboy State Daily listeners. Guest column from Cody Wylie. You're a very good writer, Cody.
I don't know about that. You could ask a lot of my English teachers. I spent a lot of time in the writing lab at the University of Wyoming too. So
well, it all paid off. I love this. You really pen a great phrase, and this I love the positivity of this column. We hear so much, negativeness. We hear no a lot from a certain group of lawmakers. I love this. This is a positive thing and puts Wyoming first. Wyoming doesn't need saving. Representative Cody Wylie writes, I was born and raised in this great state, and it's what shaped him. Now, let's start out with this idea that Wyoming, we're running a surplus budget. There have been years where we didn't have money. Ask Stan Hathaway. He had $82 to work with. We're doing okay. Is this a time to pump the brakes on spending? Let's start there.
Yeah. So sure. I don't think that we need to be on this creating this fiscal cliff or telling people at home that we're about to go through, turmoil and tough times. I think we need to plan for prosperity, right? This idea that just because we are spending money on investing in our infrastructure or our youth, I don't believe that that's wasteful spending. I believe that that's investing in the future. And there's just different ideologies going on in Cheyenne right now, and clearly I don't agree with what leadership's doing. A couple of years ago, we were putting money into permanent mineral, and we were called drunken sailors for saving. And now this year, first year ever, we're generating more money from our revenues on investments and savings than our legacy industries are producing, right? So if we could just keep that mindset moving forward, I believe we're creating prosperity, not spending wastefully.
No, it was mindfulness and foresight and frugalness that achieved the surplus we see now. And now, is not the time to rein in spending, according to Representative Cody Wylie. Roads don't maintain themselves. Water systems do not repair themselves. If we're saving pennies by burning dollars, I mean, what are we really doing? Talk about what it feels like in the House, Representative Wylie, because I think you're in the minority when we talk about Club No, Freedom Caucus. We're going to call them Club No because in your column, in your piece, you said there's a Freedom Caucus has said no to funding, no to investment, no to maintaining commitments, etc. Do you get the feeling like you're a Democrat in the House right now?
No, absolutely not. I'm a conservative Republican from Sweetwater County. I just think, like we were talking about earlier, there's different aspects of ideology going on here and how we create a future for the state. A lot of folks want to, recoil and hold in and not do anything and hope it gets better. And I think that we step forward and we put our efforts into, like I was talking to you earlier, creating prosperity for our folks, creating opportunities so our kids get to stay home. I've said it quite a bit. We don't build bridges to nowhere here in Wyoming, right? When we use our dollars, we use them efficiently. I sit on a transportation committee, and YDOT comes in, and every year they ask for $400 million. But we don't give them $400 million. We make sure that they do with what they have, and then we try to help where we can, so we could keep some of the values that we have, some of these necessities up to date and world class.
Yeah, the YDOT situation. I'm glad you're on that committee because somebody representing Rock Springs, Green River, these are all those towns along I-80 and Interstate 80 is what you think of first and foremost. That's what chews up so much of the YDOT budget. And yeah, they're always up against spending.
Yeah. And then, it goes beyond that too, because we saw a lot of no action on a lot of our litigation accounts, our funding for attorneys. I also, the west side of the state, Colorado River, it's a huge deal. And when they come and they ask for, the AG comes and asks for money for attorneys, I believe that we should invest in our water, because once the lower basin gets it, we're never going to get that water usage back. So that's pertinent. Another thing that I've got to live through and kind of experience in my tenure in the legislature, which hasn't been that long, is this Rock Springs RMP, right? And the whole strategy there was we were wrestling against the federal government during the Biden administration, and we were hoping that once we got a friendly administration in place that it would be better. But we're still right in the middle of the Rock Springs RMP. So to defund and take away our monies for litigation, I just think is short-sighted. I guess is the best way to say it.
Representative Cody Wylie joins us, representing House District 39. That's Sweetwater County, essentially parts of Rock Springs, Green River. Let's talk about, those of us born and raised here, those of us not. We don't want to create a separation there. I wasn't born here. I'm jealous that you were, Cody, but I got here as quick as I could. And when I got here, I did recognize that if I'm going to live in Wyoming, I need to learn about Wyoming, its history. I need to know as much as I can so I can be respectful of the way Wyoming does things. I wanted to understand local communities, understand how the state culture was built over decades, millennia. I mean, ranchers, miners, teachers, small business owners, everybody who makes up Wyoming. I wanted to feel like I fit in. I took the time to do that homework, and I think everybody should.
Yeah, absolutely. Everybody's got to come from somewhere, right? And that's a beautiful thing about America. We're a melting pot. And by no way am I villainizing people that move in from out of state, but I do think that folks should take the time to embrace what we have as Wyomingites, right? Understand and feel what makes us special. And then maybe, after a few years or a decade, I remember in college, it was a decade, right? Then please try to jump in and change the state. But I don't think folks should move here with problems that they have from other places and try to save what makes Wyoming so special.
Cody writes in the column, we are not interested in importing dysfunction. If that's what you're bringing to the state, leave it where it came from. Nor are we interested in being told that everything we've built is insufficient. Wyoming is not broken, says Representative Wylie. We are the last best place. I love the positivity. What else? What's going on today for you in session? Where are you with the budget? Did you get through finally third reading? And then we're going to have to get this thing to conference. I don't know how we reconcile with the Senate. That's up to your best five and their best five, and they can hash that out. It's going to be tough.
Well, I don't know about the best five, but we'll send five.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's going over today, and then we're going to start Senate files, and we'll start doing the process of crossover now while we wait on budget negotiations, and then later on in the next couple of weeks, we'll sit there and, be waiting on what news that we hear from the conference committee. But yeah, we continue to work forward.
Let me ask you, just while you're here and while I have somebody from the House, I'm interested in seeing how this PRCA $15 million does. The Senate, they voted it through last week. Where it goes in the House, we've seen appropriations, we've seen Freedom Caucus and how they're treating Business Council, and the general rhetoric that if Wyoming's so great, it sells itself. We shouldn't have to help companies. Where are you standing on this freeing up $15 million of tourist dollars, tourist tax money, towards enticing the PRCA to relocate here?
Yeah, I think that's a great thing and a great effort towards the culture of our state, right? Like you look at the steamboat and it's a bucking horse. It's in our fabric. So I think freeing that money up and that funding to bring that here is that's looking to the future, and that's investing into prosperity. Several efforts, Wyoming Business Council and stuff. I heard a quote from a local commissioner early on in the year, and it says, when it comes to economic development, if you don't have somebody that can pick up the phone at least, you're already behind. And the states around us are in the same race with us. So if we don't continue to be on the forefront and be a leader, then we'll be left behind.
Yeah, I struggle with that one too, Representative Wylie. On one hand, I do understand the Freedom Caucus saying, we're not a state that with handouts. We can't just hand out money to have businesses come here and then maybe they leave. I mean, what good does that do? Wyoming does have a lot of attractive things going for it, but we don't live in a vacuum. There are other states that are doing handouts or are at least salting the mine, and they're providing incentives to go to their state. So if not Wyoming, they may go somewhere else. It's a tough call. I'm glad you got to do it, not me.
Yeah, no, and I don't think we're picking winners and losers. I think Wyoming balances it well with, especially investing back into small businesses and community businesses and giving them opportunity where, otherwise there wouldn't be. So I think that balance, we just keep working on that, and you continue to work on something. You just don't crunch it up and throw it in the trash.
Yeah, the other big ticket item was cuts to the University of Wyoming. Some saying it amounted to punishment or retribution or attention getting. Do we need to? Where do you stand on funding University of Wyoming? It's our only 4-year institution. You want to give them all the money? What do you want to do there?
Well, yeah, and we heard it over and over again in debate, right? We don't punish an institution through funding. And a lot of the Freedom Caucus folks, I believe that's their ideology. And I could say that it was said on the floor. So I am not going to punish the university by defunding it. I'm a product of the University of Wyoming. I know several in-state and out-of-state kids have an opportunity to go through that organization, or no, that institution, and it's world class. And I said on the floor the other night, you're asking about cost per student. As long as we can provide it constitutionally, we're supposed to, and that's what I continue to advocate for. I say fund the University of Wyoming and let the process work. And if they need changes within on some of their programs and stuff, let the board and let them work through it.
Representative Wylie, appreciate you being on. I know you got a lot going on. You're going to be right back at it here soon, right? Roll call here pretty quick?
Roll call here pretty quick. Go Pokes, and thank you for having me on.
You bet, man. Thanks for all you do down there in Cheyenne.
See ya.
Representative Cody Wylie, read his guest column. Wyoming doesn't need saving, doesn't need fixing. We're not broke. You don't fix what ain't broke. Wyoming, great state. Be proud of our state. Let's think pro rather than no when it comes to Wyoming. I can get with that. Let's take a break. We'll be back with more on the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake.
Let's face it, mornings are tough. Gotta get up, gotta get the kids ready, feed the dog, the cat, every other living thing in your house. Oh, get caffeinated. It's a lot of work. It's a lot of work. But you also want to be informed. Catch up on what's happening in Wyoming and the world as well. Hear from the newsmakers of the day. That's why Cowboy State Daily has The Morning Show with Jake. Jake Nichols talks about the news you care about, not some ponderous, overwrought, inside the Beltway show that's syndicated out of New York or LA. You want the news that's going to affect you and your life. Jake interviews not only the newsmakers, but the deciders, the people who make the decisions for the future of Wyoming. Plus, you'll hear the stories directly from our award-winning reporters from Cowboy State Daily. So make sure you start your day off the Wyoming way with Cowboy State Daily's Morning Show with Jake Nichols. Monday through Friday, 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. Stream it on our homepage. Watch it on YouTube. Cowboy State Daily's Morning Show with Jake. Oh, and don't forget your car keys.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I don't think that many kids in my son's school even do it.
He makes fun of his friend who vapes.
He would never try it.
She's into soccer.
She's on the honor roll.
She's just not the type.
No way.
No way.
No way.
No way, my kid would never vape.
Get your head out of the cloud. Today, nearly 8,000 kids will start vaping. Maybe even yours. Learn about the dangers at talkaboutvaping.org.
Life's daily battles are not meant to be fought alone.
We're not powerless, so long as we don't lose sight of what's important.
Don't be afraid to seize that moment to talk to your friends.
Cloud, you okay?
Because checking in on a friend can create a safe space.
The first step on our new journey. You coming?
Reach out to a friend about their mental health. Seize the awkward. It's totally worth it.
There are a lot of words I would use to describe my daughter. Kind, strong, hilarious. When I think about how much she's experienced in her life, on a journey that we're now on together as a family, we can't help but be inspired by her every day.
Hey, Mom, we're about to start the movie. Oh, yeah, I'll be right there. Okay.
So really, we're the lucky ones. Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a Monday. Julie Young joins us, and we're going to answer the age-old question, who's afraid of the big bad wolf? Actually, we're going to flip that around. What's the big bad wolf afraid of? Apparently, Studio 54 and other discotheques. Sort of. You have to read the story. Julie Young, the professor in the Department of Wildland Resources at Utah State University, Department of Wildland Resources Ecology Center. She's the director of the Berryman Institute of Wildlife Damage Management. And Julie has this out-of-the-box idea to put flashing lights on livestock, sheep, cows, and there's evidence that predators don't like those lights, and it may scare off potential predation from grizzlies and wolves. Julie, thanks for being on, and where did you ever come up with an idea like this?
Well, thanks for having me. To be honest, it was from a combination of things. There was a viral video several years ago where they dressed up sheep in lights and made shapes on the landscape. And I saw it and thought, no predator would go near that. And then I called a friend and said, maybe I have the craziest idea ever.
Maybe.
And there it was. And so, livestock are already wearing ear tags. Why can't we make them flash and be scary?
Interesting. We've been doing this for a long time. Ranchers have been trying to figure out ways to keep the coyote out, keep the wolves at bay. We've done things like boots on a fence post, noise. There's been there's a lot of things that maybe a wolf doesn't like. I don't know if we've ever come up with smell-o-vision, like a smell that predators don't like. They like the smell of sheep and cows. But using a sight, this is kind of the scarecrow for crows, keeping them out of the corn. This sight thing, flashing lights, it makes sense. Now, how do you know it's working? Have you, you first have this idea, and then you got to create some test case scenarios, some real life test cases. Have you done it? Have you applied it in the field, so to speak? And does it work?
Yeah, so we got really lucky. We created this kind of prototype and convinced a sheep rancher in Idaho to help us out. And we put him out on one of his herds. He had about, a band of about 3,000 sheep. And so we put it in about 10%. And it worked really well for an entire grazing season. He had wolf and bear and mountain lion kill the year before and no kills the year we worked with him. He also said his sheep still came in at weight. We were worried the flashing light might scare his own sheep, and that didn't happen. And he started telling all of his friends. And sure enough, the next summer, we were able to get 13 different livestock owners to put them on sheep and cows and test it again.
Yeah, so I imagine, Julie, this will take, though, to convince everybody, it'll take maybe a few more years, because you can say, look, this 1 year predation was down, but that could be attributed to anything. Maybe the wolves moved out. Maybe it was a mild winter, So, a few, you do 3 years in a row or whatever it takes to convince everybody, and you'll start getting believers in camp. But it makes sense. How do the lights work? How did you hit on the fact that you probably knew we couldn't just have all the time lit up? They had to be like motion sensitive, and then you got to design something that's not big and intrusive. And after all, it's going on the ear of these animals. How did you, now are we still done? Are you still tweaking the prototype?
Well, yeah, there was already a lot of research that showed that flashing lights are scary to our predators, especially wolves and coyotes. And we think that goes back to, a long time ago, people out on the landscape with torches or now with actual flashlights. That flashing light usually meant somebody with something lethal behind them. And so predators became scared of flashing lights. But to make it not so that the predators can't habituate and just realize, oh, that's just a silly flashing light, by putting it on the animal, it only goes off at night and only when they start moving. And so if a wolf or coyote comes in and starts, trying to suss out the livestock, all the livestock start moving. And as our first rancher called it, he called it his circus herd. It just becomes an electric light show. So maybe back to your discotheque days. Yeah. So that's scary enough to kind of run them off. And so we just kind of started messing with it, and we wanted something ranchers are already familiar with. And so that's why we decided to attach it to an ear tag. We did work with a team of engineering students at Colorado State and now have a much more sleek design that's just kind of lighter and flatter to their ear. So we're hoping that that one will get adopted soon.
So you addressed one big barrier, one big question: will ranchers use it? And that's expense. And then, what is it? If it's like a collar and it's expensive, they're not going to do it. If it's an ear tag, something they're already doing, like they're tagging their stock, this sounds like a win-win. Now, let's talk about the desensitizing the predator with something that it sees. First time the coyote and wolf see it, they're like, what is that? And they're going to stand off. But eventually there's a fear that no matter what method you use to scare off a predator, they're going to get used to it, sound, sight, and finally they'll ignore it. Worse, they'll learn the lights mean, oh, that's my juicy snack. I'm glad you identified yourself. I don't know. We have to wait and see how that's going to play out. But is there any suggestion that wolves, coyotes would get used to this and then start ignoring it?
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely a possibility. We call that habituation when they get used to it. And the idea to reduce that is that this is what we call behaviorally contingent. So the lights aren't just going off at random, but they're going off when the animals are being pursued. Now, we found a couple of our herders, for instance, from the livestock that we were working with, would cue in on the light themselves and then go out there and make a ruckus and do some other things. And same thing, the livestock protection dogs, people that have livestock guardian dogs, also seem to say their dogs almost, maybe they're already cueing in on the predator, but also on the lights. And so having it as just a tool in the toolbox could make it last a lot longer and help reduce that risk of depredation overall.
I wouldn't have thought about that. That gets the Basque sheep herders out of the sheep tent. When they see the lights going off, they know it's trouble. And I can imagine it does work like if you have just one sheep and he's nervous, he thinks he smells something and he starts twitching his ears, his light will go off and then the other sheep will see that light or smell the predator as well. And pretty soon the whole herd's lighting up. And that would, you would think, scare off a grizzly or a wolf or whatever.
That's true. Yeah, maybe they're also queuing off each other. So that would be even another benefit.
Yeah. So this thing you've got to prove, and I saw the story in Western Ag Network, and they have a good point. Any kind of trick or gimmick or whatever it is going to have to hold up to Wyoming and weather. It's going to have to operate in all kinds of conditions. Cold. How long can this thing go for? Can it withstand extreme cold or rain or wind? Anything that Wyoming may throw at it.
Yeah, we actually worked with some ranchers in Wyoming, and they were big fans of this project and the results. They, I think, are continuing some work with the University of Wyoming now to look at some of those longevity questions a little bit closer. So for us, this was a prototype. And so we did have some snap off. Usually they'd get caught up in the vegetation. And that's why we worked on this new flatter, sleeker design to kind of prevent that. I think one of our coolest success stories was down in Mexico in the Mexican wolf territory. They were having just depredation after depredation on cattle. And this was sort of a last resort, was to try this prototype. And they had no more depredations for the rest of the time the cattle were out in areas with Mexican gray wolves, which were protected. So they had no other option. They can't, there's no way to lethally remove any if they're causing a lot of depredation. And so, I think this really has some potential. I think our ranchers that worked with us in Wyoming would say the same, and it just needs a little bit more tweaking to make sure it is that durable material that lasts forever. Ours have a solar recharger, so the battery can last a long time. And once we make sure that it's durable enough to stay on, we think we could get at least 2 or 3 years out of a single tag.
It sounds very encouraging, this whole idea of flash tags, flashing ear tags for stock. Checks a lot of boxes, non-lethal, not super expensive. And if you work on durability, there's all signs that this may work. At least it's worth a shot. It doesn't cost you a whole lot as a rancher, as a sheep herder. Julie, what other things other than this innovative flash tag thing do you normally work on? The Berryman Institute of Wildlife Damage Management or any of the stuff you're doing at the university? I mean, what you're concerning all things trying to reduce depredation, trying to make life easier for stock growers. And this is one way to do it. But what else have you worked on?
Yeah, I mean, the Berryman Institute has a bunch of affiliate faculty, and they work on all sorts of human-wildlife interactions outside of livestock depredation. But I think one of the cooler studies that we're wrapping up right now with fieldwork is also looking at all of these non-lethal tools that we've been testing now for years with wolves and coyotes and trying them on mountain lions. That's still one that there's just not much research or data on. And we've been working with livestock owners in California. I'll be going out there next week to pull all of the different tools that we use so that we can start analyzing the data. And we think we might have some good suggestions on which tools to use when for mountain lion depredation.
We've seen all kinds of novel ideas in the past, whether it's the pennant flags, flapping flags, you know, about fence line. There's indication that dogs don't like that, you know, wolves and coyotes. Maybe the smell with the old boot. I've seen the boot thing, you know, your old discarded boot put on a fence post there. And some ranchers swear the smell of humans, the smell that only a boot that's been worn for 20 years can have. Maybe, you know, the coyote's like, I don't want nothing to do with that. Or sound. Cracker shots, drones playing AC/DC, a lot of things that would annoy a wolf.
But we've been working on drones too and using all the cracker noises and stuff to try to chase wolves out of herds of cattle with that. And so we'll have some more information on that in the next couple of months too.
It's just interesting to get in the mind of predators, whether it's cat, wolves, grizzly, and that's what this young lady does. Julie Young thinks like a wolf, like a coyote. What scares a wolf? Maybe flashing tags makes sense. Thank you, Julie, for coming on. Appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you for your time.
All right. Julie Young, read about that story in the Cowboy State Daily. Mark Hines wrote it. Ranchers are putting flashing lights on cattle and sheep to keep predators away. Will the discotheque scare off the big bad wolf? Indications are yes. We'll take a break, coming right back with more.
In Wyoming, you want news from folks who still shake hands and mean it. You just want the facts. That's why more Wyomingites listen to Cowboy State Daily Radio. News that doesn't bend, twist, or dance around the truth. Crisscrossing the state to cover the news the way you like it, with reporters steps away from the Capitol in Cheyenne and in your hometown. No spin, no corporate suits, no duh. Talking about your state. This is Cowboy State Daily Radio.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Who can you turn to for news you can trust? Your local TV and radio broadcasters. You trust us to keep you safe during times of crisis and to deliver the weather, sports, and entertainment you rely on every day. We bring you the facts you need to make decisions that matter. And as misinformation floods social media, you can trust your local stations to deliver the truth. Text TV to 52886 and tell Congress you rely on your local stations for trusted news.
You handle the healthcare, we'll handle the marketing. In need of a spark for marketing your medical practice? Loom Studio provides creative and strategic healthcare marketing that illuminates the path to bigger and better experiences for your business and your patients. We specialize in branding and design, social media, website design, SEO and SCM, not to mention content creation, public and media relations, and marketing metrics to ensure you're getting results. If you're looking to increase your patient engagement and retention, enhance your community impact, and streamline your marketing efforts, our team is ready to help you achieve your goals. Contact us today and learn more at loomstudio.com.
I'm Chris Jakomick. I served in the United States Air Force and I deployed 3 times. So in 2017, I was serving as an Air Force First Sergeant. Our motto in that role is my job is people, everyone is my business. But unfortunately in that year, I would lose my own brother, Lance Corporal Adam Jakomick, to suicide. The majority of veteran suicides are from guns. I store my weapons securely, not only for myself, but for my family. My service never stops.
Yeah, Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake, and we're rolling along here on a Monday, more than halfway through the show. Let's get right back into the Zoom room. We're going to celebrate happy 20th. It's the workiversary, I think is what they're calling it, over there at Jonah Bank, and Kim is with us. Kim DeVore, hi.
Hello, good morning.
How's everything?
Good. How are you?
I'm fine. I'm celebrating a touch over a 20th anniversary. It's my birthday today.
Oh, happy birthday.
Yeah. I'm going to call myself 20, but, that'd be a stretch. Meanwhile,
well, you should just join the fun with right. Jonah Bank and do the whole 20th because it's our 20th birthday this year.
Yes, I'm excited for that. Kim is the president and CEO of Jonah Bank. And it is the 20th anniversary, and they got a lot going on, including a big June celebration, Casper, Cheyenne, and tell us 20 years. So that was when you first opened?
We opened
2006.
We opened July 31st of 2006 was the first day that our doors were open. It took us a while to get our bank charter, and we were so excited and absolutely brand new and had 0 customers. So 20 years later, we are celebrating the fact that this amazing state and all of the people in it and the small businesses have supported everything that we've done to the level that we've been able to give back over $5 million to local charities over the last 20 years. And that was a core component of why we came together to start this bank in the first place.
And the giving back is going to continue this year, $20,000 on the 20th of every month in this year to nonprofits. How are you going to afford that?
Well, we're going to give away a total of $1 million this year.
Yowza.
We automatically give back 6% of our net income every single year. And we're just adding enough to make that $1 million this year overall. And the way we're making that up is we'll give away $20,000 on the 20th in Casper and $20,000 on the 20th in Cheyenne every single month. And it'll be a surprise. And we're making some noise. That's the theme around the whole thing. So we will show up in various places and make some noise and give away some money.
Jonah Bank making noise this year to celebrate their 20th anniversary. You have locations in Casper and Cheyenne?
We do. We have 2 locations in each of those markets. We do. And we serve people across the whole state. We started this bank to primarily focus on small business owners and do mortgages. We felt that was 2 niches that were not filled really well in the state. So we actually bank customers across the state, and we do a lot of oil and gas. We're proud to support the energy industry. That was what gave us the initial capital to start this bank in the first place. We were born out of Jonah Field. So we actually bank oil and gas and energy companies across the nation.
That makes sense. I was going to ask you why the name Jonah, obviously. So we hear Jonah Field, Jonah Bank. I get it. This day and age anymore, seems to be a huge gap between big nationwide online banks, which I use, an unnamed online bank. I used to have, I know, I used to have a little local bank in Jackson, but they got bought up by a bigger one, and I didn't like that. It felt like if my small town bank went away and became a big town bank now, I'm not going to get recognized. So the heck with it. I'll just be not recognized. I'll go online. But there is an important gap between these big online banking entities, and you can do online banking, and yet having a brick and mortar, having some local presence to understand small business lending. Yes. They have their own Wyoming issues. That's pretty key.
It is. And we find that we have to have a balance of both.
Yeah.
You cannot bury your head in the sand and say, oh no, we're just a local relationship bank. We are a local relationship bank with a really good technology presence, because you have to be able to serve both aspects of that. But we also pride ourselves on, we don't expect our customers to come here. We spend a ton of time traveling to see them. But you would be happy to know that there's a brand new small bank starting up. It's called Tanager in Jackson, that a group went and got the charter from Uinta Bank. So there are 24 small chartered banks still in Wyoming across the state. But technology is what allows us to serve people regardless of where you are. But if you want to be able to pick up the phone and call and talk to a human being, you need a community bank.
Yeah, and you hear stuff like that all the time, like a small town feel, but a big nationwide reach. Yeah, Jonah Bank, they got presence in Casper and Cheyenne, but with the online, they recognize like a foot in each world. They can do anything any big bank can do, and yet you can go see a teller, you can hear somebody actually pick up a phone.
Absolutely. We do not have an automated line. When you call Jonah Bank, you will get answered by a human being. There's no AI and there's no button pushing at all. That's something that we believe you deserve that as a bank customer. The least amount of time that you can spend banking is the best of all worlds, because every small business owner should be able to spend the time on what they do that makes them a living, not on what we do. Our job is to make that lesser.
Kim DeVore, President and CEO of Jonah Bank, is with us. Were you there from the beginning? Because I want to get a sense in 2006 if you were ever envisioned being able to pay it back 20 years later.
No. Yes, I was here from the beginning. In fact, I started in 2005. It takes a long time to get a bank charter and jump through all the state and federal hoops for that. So 3 of us started in 2005. And by the time we opened in 2006, we had, I believe there was 9 of us total. And no, we never imagined being able to do that. I mean, honestly, when we started this bank, we had a belief. We had a belief that if we lived by the Jonah Code, the Code of the West, and we did business by the code, that would pay off in the long run. And the way we do our marketing at our bank is we market by being involved in the community and getting out there and doing sponsorships for charities and donations. And that is not an immediate return on investment. That is a long-term return. So 20 years later, it is amazing to me. It is mind-blowing that it worked. You know, you jump off a cliff, you leave all those large institutions to start your own because you have this altruistic envisionment of what you can create. And I feel incredibly blessed to be here 20 years later to be able to see that it worked and that the culture and the belief system and the hard work we put in has paid off. And it's paid off for us and it's paid off for our community members.
And part of that ethics that you have employed at Jonah Bank, and that is so much Wyoming, is giving back, paying back. You've been doing it all along, but you're going to do it extra special here this year for the 20th anniversary. Is there actual celebrations in place for this June?
There are. We're going to have a huge celebration in Casper on June 18th and in Cheyenne on June 11th. And I may have just got those backwards, but we're going to have a huge party in both places to celebrate with our communities. And then also on July 31st, our actual birthday, we will have really large barbecues at our branches, at all 4 of our branches, because we also want to recognize and proudly celebrate the United States 250th anniversary. So we're going to incorporate all of that in June and July and celebrate until the cows come.
It's just going to be one big summer-long celebration. June, July, hot dogs, hamburgers on the grill, flag wave. I mean, yeah, I feel it already.
It's going to be fantastic. And every single month leading up to it and every single month after it on the 20th of the month, everyone needs to tune in and see where we show up with our horns and our music makers to give away $20,000.
Very good. You can find out, track it online, or if you're in Casper, Cheyenne, you can see it with your own eyes, but look online at jonah.bank, and find out what Jonah Bank of Wyoming is doing for you, building a better Wyoming and giving back as they celebrate 20 years in business. Thanks for coming on.
Thank you so much for having us, and make some noise for Wyoming.
Make noise for the 20th. Kim DeVore, President and CEO of Jonah Bank. Have a great Monday.
Thank you. You also.
Cowboy State Daily Show. And let's see, what are we going to go to next? I had an idea. I had a game plan, and now I kind of lost it. Coming up next hour, Buck McVeigh's going to be here. We're going to talk about Cloud 9, the old days, both outside Cloud 9, which is a piece of architecture that was space age in its time, and the insides of Cloud 9, which were even more interesting. Mac Watson will be on. We'll chat a little bit about, we'll wrap up the Olympics, talk about other news of the day, etc. Cowboy State Daily Show. I'm gonna do a little bit of Wyoming Game and Fish, and then we'll have plenty of time to hit a few news highlights that happened over the weekend as well. Let's hear what Ray Hageman is doing at Game and Fish.
Now's a good time to take a hunter education class, if you need one. This is the Wyoming Outdoorsman. I'm Ray Hageman. Stay tuned. Big game applications are open, and if you're thinking about hunting, now is a good time to sign up for hunter education if you need it. Classes are offered statewide and can quickly fill. To register for hunter education, visit the Hunter Education page on the Wyoming Game and Fish website. Katie Simpson is the Game and Fish Department's Hunter Education Coordinator. She says if you're a new hunter, spring is a good time to take a hunter education course. She says the earlier you sign up, the better. Classes fill quickly and you don't want to miss the opportunity to finish a course before it's too late. For busy folks, a blended course option is available. Blended courses are good for those who can't make a regular course or who want to work at their own pace. These require students to complete an online course and then attend a 4 to 6 hour in-person field day to earn their hunter education certificate. Simpson says hunter education strives to promote safe and ethical hunting while teaching skills that prevent hunting and firearm-related accidents. She says new hunters also will learn about the tradition of ethical hunting and their role in conservation. Game and Fish is always looking for qualified volunteers to teach hunter education courses and help ensure that new hunters have a thorough understanding of safety, ethics, and conservation. People who are interested need to fill out an instructor application packet and complete a federal criminal background check prior to attending a new instructor workshop. This year, training workshops for new volunteer instructors will be in Cheyenne February 27th and the 28th, in Casper March 20th and the 21st, in Green River April 3rd and 4th, in Sheridan April 17th and 18th, also in Pinedale on April 17th and 18th, and in Riverton June 19th and the 20th. Hunter education also is offered in 20 schools around Wyoming. This allows students to safely explore the outdoors by teaching them how to be ethical hunters and handle firearms, as well as understanding wildlife management and conservation of land and natural resources. Teachers who get certified as a hunter education instructor in order to incorporate hunter education into their curriculum can receive a teaching endorsement in hunter education through the Wyoming Professional Standards Teaching Board. A training workshop for school teachers wanting to be certified to offer hunter education will be June 22nd through the 24th at the Whiskey Mountain Conservation Camp near DuBois. You do not need your hunter education card to apply for hunting licenses in Wyoming, but you are legally required to carry it with you when you're in the field. Hunter education is required in Wyoming for all hunters born after January 1st, 1966, with exemptions for military and law enforcement. This has been the Wyoming Outdoorsman. I'm Ray Hageman.
Daily morning show with Jake. Now, back to the show.
I fell asleep at the wheel a little bit. I was all excited about reading this story. The sale of Four Seasons Jackson Hole. This is hardly the first time I've seen this place sell. I think I recall it selling in the past. But Four Seasons Jackson Hole just sold, apparently. And the Cowboy State Daily has the story. Don't know an exact dollar amount, but we do know the buyer, a private investor firm, private investment firm backed by Michael Dell, has purchased Four Seasons Resort and Residences in Jackson Hole for an estimated $350 million. Realtor David Yoder says it's among the largest single real estate transactions in Jackson Hole history. I would imagine Jackson Hole history real estate has had some multi-million-dollar transactions in the past for sure, but this has got to rank up one of the tops. Four Seasons in Jackson last sold back in 2022. So, yeah, I've seen it go through some different ownership. But you would think Four Seasons Jackson Hole for what they get for a room, they're going to make back that $350 million in about 3 weeks. Whatever the eye-popping amounts you see, Four Seasons in Jackson has 125 rooms. It's in Teton Village, by the way, if you didn't know, out at the ski resort. 125 rooms plus the residences, which also bring in a pretty sweet amount. It is luxurious for sure. Renee Jean has that story. Renee's going to be on the show tomorrow, and we'll ask her if this is one of the biggest, if not the biggest, real estate transactions in Jackson Hole, a place that's no stranger to big ticket real estate items. Mark Hines has catching up with the latest from the well-known Yellowstone National Park coyote. If 399 was the most famous grizzly bear, Limpy is certainly the most famous coyote. And coyotes don't get super famous in Wyoming. They don't live long enough. At old age, they get to about 8 or 9 years old, but a coyote, considered pretty much a varmint in the state of Wyoming, can be shot on sight, except for this guy. He's protected by living in the national park, Yellowstone National Park, and we've watched for years how Limpy has been able to sucker snacks out of tourists by acting injured and needy. Now, he may have a legit injury to his back left leg, but Mark Hines, through many photographers and tourists and many stories, we've seen videos, we've seen the stories, we've seen Limpy really act up the hurt back left leg. There are times where we've seen Limpy just trot along just fine, and as soon as he encounters a station wagon full of tourists, suddenly that limp becomes more pronounced, and Limpy is really starting to feel it, supposedly, and he does pretty good business getting Slim Jims and all kinds of tourist snacks for the aging trickster. Mark Hines says Limpy is estimated to be roughly about 8 or 9 years old, and that's pretty advanced for a coyote that doesn't live much past 5 or 6 years old. Limpy's starting to show his age. That limp might be legit these days as Limpy begins to reach old age. Wildlife photographer Isabella Smedley observed the crafty coyote up to its usual shenanigans and maybe teaching other coyotes how to beg. That would be interesting. Limpy, who this photographer calls Tripod, was spotted last about a month ago. Wildlife photographer Isabella Smedley said, I saw Tripod about a month ago. He definitely looks older, but he's still walking his territory, which has expanded some to include any car that pulls over and has snacks. Limpy is doing pretty good business still. Limpy, Tripod, whatever you call him, he has learned how to parlay probably a past injury to his back left leg into snack. When Limpy dies, it'll be either old age or high cholesterol, because he's on a diet of snacks that probably coyotes shouldn't be getting, I would imagine. But it's good to hear that he's still alive, still hanging in there. Read the story from Mark Hines and catch up with the latest on the most famous coyote in Yellowstone National Park, Limpy or Tripod. Thanks for spending your morning with us. We got 1 hour to go on the Monday edition of the Cowboy State Daily Show. Whether you're following along on X Live, Facebook Live, our YouTube channel, make sure you subscribe while you're there. Maybe you're just checking us out on the homepage, cowboystatedaily.com. While you read the weekend stories, you can be listening to us chat about the weekend stories. Or we're heard syndicated on radio stations throughout the state of Wyoming. Run it back when you're ready, on demand, archived, wherever you find your favorite podcast. We are the Cowboy State Daily Network.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. A Casper man traded his very successful tech career in Austin for a far different mission, helping women who were rescued from the sex trade in Uganda. Cowboy State Daily's Dale Killingbeck reports that Lucas Rowley and his wife are teaching these women to be self-sufficient by tying high-end fishing flies and selling them in the United States.
They've taught these women that were sexually abused, given them jobs, taught them how to tie flies, and now through a website, they're marketing them to America from Uganda. So they're making them in Uganda, and they're marketing them to the Rocky Mountain region in the States.
Rowley tells Cowboy State Daily that he is trying to figure out ways to empower the Ugandans in things such as managing suppliers, doing customs paperwork, shipping, and the financial side of the operation. The flies are sold online at rescueriver.com. The same milk sold in both Wyoming and Montana are sometimes tagged with different sell-by and best-by dates, with Wyoming's being a week longer. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that the Wyoming Department of Agriculture says it's all about the bureaucracy of milk.
There are a lot of people who are saying that it was a protectionist move. It made it more difficult for other states to sell their milk in Montana because you got to sell it within 12 days of pasteurization. That's pretty difficult to do if you're not in Montana. The dairy industry says they want to make sure that when customers get their milk, it's the freshest tasting. It does ensure that you are getting a very fresh glass of milk with no chance of spoilage.
Department of Agriculture spokesman Derek Grant tells Cowboy State Daily that Montana's law requires all grade A pasteurized milk to be sold within 12 days of its pasteurization, whereas Wyoming uses the typical 14 to 21 day industry standard. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this. WYDOT wants to remind you, with ice and snow, take it slow. This message from the Wyoming Department of Transportation.
My name's Brady Thornock. I manage my family's ranch here in Uena County. Ranching teaches you to think long term, and it teaches you that Wyoming stays strong when there's real work here. That's why I'm building a data center on this ranch with a Wyoming company called Prometheus Hyperscale. This project will create thousands of Wyoming jobs, and it will use Wyoming's natural gas resources. We need to build Wyoming. I'm doing this for the future of Wyoming.
Build Wyoming with Prometheus Hyperscale. Go to buildwyoming.com. What if you didn't have to travel out of state for expert rheumatology care? Hoskinson's Health Rheumatology offers access to 2 world-class rheumatologists right here in Gillette. From early joint pain to complex autoimmune disease, patients receive advanced diagnostics, in-house infusion therapy, and coordinated care. Expert rheumatology, expertise close to home. Hoskinson Health Rheumatology. We are the future of healthcare now, and your doctor works here. Visit hoskinsonhealth.com.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. It took over a year for celebrated Wyoming bronze artist Chris Navarro to create the 15-foot sculpture of Steamboat, located on the University of Wyoming campus. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that Navarro says the iconic statue is more than just a symbol of UW, it's a symbol of Wyoming.
You really have to admire the artistry that went into this particular statue, because Steamboat has existed as a silhouette, but it's only existed as a silhouette in 2 dimensions for so long. Chris Navarro had to take that silhouette and embody it in a larger-than-life 3D bronze sculpture.
A deep seat and a long reign is a 15.5-foot tall monument that stands in the new roundabout at Ivinson Avenue and 15th Street on the University of Wyoming campus in Laramie. Rick Edney is training mules to pull several wagons to create the freight train that hauled goods into Thermopolis in the late 1800s. Cowboy State Daily's Jackie Dorothy reports that Rick says it's time-consuming but exciting to reenact the feats of Henry 16-Mule Team Johnson for Trailblazer Days.
Henry Johnson was an immigrant who had 16 mules that he attached to his wagon train and would bring it through Thermopolis. The story goes that he wanted to be able to turn those 16 mules around easily, and so he talked to the store owner and town founder, Martin McGrath, who agreed that the streets needed to be wide enough to accommodate those 16 mules.
To keep his team in order, Edney will use an old-fashioned jerk line and has been spending the last few months retraining his mules for this feat. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
If you're watching this, I didn't make it. Thanks to people like you and the American Heart Association, my family never had to see this video. I was a healthy 47-year-old, no symptoms, but then my doctor discovered I had a bad heart valve that was beyond repair. The scariest day of my life was when I was sitting on a gurney. Deep down, you know, this could be it. This little heart valve did something really big. It saved my life. I wouldn't be here today without it. The research for this heart valve was funded by the American Heart Association. Since my surgery, I had a son get married. I had a daughter graduate high school. I had another daughter give birth to a precious boy. I would have missed all that. To learn more about the American Heart Association, go to helpheart.org today.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake in our final hour. We saved the best for last. Buck McVeigh is with us. Buck, you don't look old enough to be hanging out with Governor Ed, Gov Ed.
Well, I love hearing that, Jake. Yeah, thank you very much for that.
You're just a young buck, but I do want to talk about Governor Ed Herschel. I want to talk more about I wish Cloud9, I wish so many things were still here, from the hitch to Cloud9. This is a heyday of Wyoming back in the day. First, compare the two established, and also, by the way, Buck McVeigh, you started work in the governor's in the governor's office with Governor Hirschler. Is that your first?
Well, actually not, Jake. I started with the Department of Agriculture in 1980, and then transferred over to what was then called Research and Statistics. And we were the revenue forecasting arm for state government. And so my boss, Phil Kiner, and I were part of the revenue forecasting team that consulted the governor and multiple governors after that.
Now, there's been booms and busts in Wyoming's past, and there have been times where, as the chief economist of the state of Wyoming, it was more bust and there was a lot of gray clouds. Did you ever envision a day like today where return on investment was our second biggest revenue generator?
No. But I really never envisioned a time when our minerals would be under attack as they were in the previous administration. And we're still reeling from that, getting back into the swing. I'm a big coal supporter.
Yeah. And it's coming back if we can find a buyer for it. I mean, the environment certainly looks a lot better. Excuse the pun. The environment for coal right now. Wyoming's got the best, cleanest coal. It's just who wants it?
Yeah,
how do we get it to the Far East? How do we get it to those who want to use it? That's the biggest challenge now.
It really is, Jake. Yep. It really is.
Well, let's go back to the days where looking at the Wyoming's economy would drive one to drink. And if you were going to do your drinking, you would do it at the Hitchin Post or Cloud9. I want to talk about Cloud9. That airport hangar. We don't normally, you don't normally think of drinking at the airport bar unless you're in the airport. But this was a go-to place in its time just for the architecture. From the outside, space age, Jetsons kind of thing. From the inside, even more fun. But what was it like when we first, people really went there who weren't getting on a flight?
No, it was... you had, as you mentioned earlier, the Hitching Post, which was kind of the legislature west, if you will. The Cloud9 was more centrally located. It was. We used to kid around. It was on everybody's way home, it seemed like, and so. It was a real popular gathering spot, and it didn't matter. It didn't matter what your claim to fame was in life. You could be a blue collar person, white collar person, poor person, rich person. We saw them all at the Cloud9, and I wish you could have experienced it, because the big windows in the bar area, you could sit there and you could watch all the aircraft, come and go. We used to go up there. We'd watch the U.S. Thunderbirds when they used to fly. They would fly over the airfield up there, and no better place to watch the Thunderbirds than with a drink in your hand.
Mm-hmm. That is futuristic architecture for sure. Let's get into the stories. You mentioned this bar really it really encompassed everything that is Wyoming. We're one place where everybody is treated equal at the bar, and it doesn't matter what walk of life. And not even just at the bar, in general, whenever, Wyomingites, we learned that no politician is too big, no banker, and nobody's too small. We all rub elbows. In Jackson, I know it's hippies and ranchers, and we all get along. Ski bums and bankers, and we're all the same. Except for real estate agents. I think we can agree on that. They're a different breed. But Back in the day, what about Gov Ed? I mean, you could find him. You could certainly buy him a drink on any different occasion. You could find him around some watering hole, including Cloud9.
Oh, right. Yeah. Well, it was, it was a great era because, going back to those times, we didn't have alcohol policies in state government. And we didn't have the laws that we have today. I mean, open containers. You could have an open container in your car, and it was, drinking was just a much more common thing back then than it is now. And but yes, with Governor Ed Herschler, we used to. We would go up there at lunchtime. And of course, the Cloud9 was not only a popular bar and lounge, but the restaurant adjoining it was absolutely fantastic. The food was marvelous. And so we'd go up there on our lunch break and sit in the bar, order our food, have a couple drinks. And oftentimes the governor would stop by, and he'd be doing the same thing. So it was not uncommon to run into Governor Ed Herschler.
Yeah, it sounds like a version of Jackson's Wart. The Wart and the Silver Dollar is just a gathering place where the who's who, the movers and shakers would gather for the 3 martini lunch. It's like the Western Wyoming version of Mad Men. Whenever I watched that, the advertising agency in Manhattan in the 60s, I mean, the lunch was liquid.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And again, back in those times, like you say, the 3 martini lunch, but we would also measure distances across Wyoming in terms of 6-packs.
Yes. I've heard some ranchers. Yeah, they still do that in some parts of the state. That's right. That's so funny. That should be the third leg of the stool. Whenever you talk about some states measure distance in miles, you say, oh, yeah, that's 40 miles away. Most people out west, we measure it in how long it takes to get there. Yeah, that's a 3-hour drive. But yes, the third leg of the stool is that's a 6-pack drive. It was just common. I mean, we laugh, but it was just accepted. It was common for all, warts and all. I mean, we've learned better now, I guess, but I still romanticize some of the old days.
Yeah, I'm with you on that one, Jake. Obviously it's better now for our livers that things have changed a little bit, and we've changed our ways quite a bit. But
so yeah. What? I know there's been stories done in the Cowboy State Daily about what has become of the airport. This pretty much like it's not even used anymore. What happened to Cloud9? Can we revitalize this place? What is it today? I don't know.
It is an empty building.
Oh.
The air terminal's an empty building. It's kind of a heartbreaker when you drive by it. I'm encouraged, however, we've heard some grumblings anyway about some people taking over the airport, reopening the terminal itself, making it into some kind of an aviation museum. And then the best part is that somebody is going to reopen the Cloud9 bar.
I hope we can get there. I have heard murmurings, about just making it a historic, just recognizing the historic. Is it structurally sound? I know it was built away. It was futuristic in its time, but it's showing age. I mean, it wouldn't take too much, I wouldn't think.
No, the design is just absolutely fantastic. And in its original day, it didn't have the support columns that you'll see in the pictures now that support those wings, if you will. They had some structural issues with those, a ways back. But no, I think structurally it's quite sound, and it's a great building in a great location, and it needs some love. Needs to be reopened.
I'd love to see that make a comeback, along with talk of bringing back the old hitching post. We'll bring back everything except a six-pack in the passenger seat on any trip you're taking in Wyoming. You worked a little bit with the current governor, Mark Gordon, as chief of staff. How do you compare the different governorships? I mean, we did things different, obviously, in days of old, but essentially it's running the state. I don't know how can you make any comparisons to how going from Governor Ed to Governor Mark Gordon?
Well, it's still the economy hasn't changed structurally. We still are very dependent on our mineral and energy resources for a great deal of our income. When I worked for Governor Gordon, we went through some pretty tumultuous times too, with COVID and some of the largest revenue drops that we had in history. And certainly back in the day when Gov Ed Herschler was governor, we went through some tough times. I want to share with you one time, and this is my boss, Phil Kiner. Again, we met with Governor Herschler one-on-one to go over the revenue forecast. And one of the things that my boss, Phil, had told the governor is, no worries, Governor. We won't see the day of $10 a barrel oil. Well, needless to say, we did. And I remember a comment. The governor called Phil and told him, "Merry effing Christmas, Phil." He said, "We did see $10 a barrel oil." And he ended up furloughing state employees for 2 days. That's the only time in my history that we've ever been furloughed. All state employees had 2 days off without pay, just so they could make the bottom line.
Wow, a time where just couldn't make salary that week and no checks, 2 days worth.
Yeah, and I mean, people don't realize it. It was down to those, to that type of minutia back in those days when it came to finances.
Yeah, cutting it razor thin. Can you make payroll this week or not? That's crazy. Yeah. We know there's been ups and downs, certainly with the whole energy industry, whether it's coal, oil, natural gas. Wyoming booms and busts, too much so on the influence from D.C., depending on who's in office for 4 years. We yin-yang back and forth on that. But I think better than ever hedged against that kind of political influences. There's already market influences that do wild things to energy and cap wells or have us booming. But, as far as political influence, I think the state's probably best weathered against the boom and bust of energy than ever before. We got other ways of finding revenue.
Yeah, we certainly are much better poised for those cyclical influences. The savings, which I know that a lot of lawmakers today are kind of bemoaning that the state wants to save. But again, to the point you made earlier, that investment income that we are now reaping from the practice of saving has been a real game changer, and it's really helped kind of meld those peaks and valleys.
Yeah, we've been prudent enough, shrewd enough now with Treasurer Meyer, and now like our savings make revenue in itself. So yeah, you can't stop walking down that line. I mean, we've come too far now. That is a revenue generator now. What we put away for savings, incredible.
It is.
Buck, what are you doing nowadays? Where are you?
Well, I'm retired now, Jake. I retired at the end of Governor Gordon's first term in 2022.
Yeah.
And I participate right now on 3 volunteer boards, and which keeps me pretty doggone busy.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate you making time for us today to pop in. And don't be a stranger. We need your perspective on a lot of things. We should be regular, huh?
Well, I'm honored to be a part of your show. I honestly watch it, and now I can say, my gosh, I've made Jake's show.
Oh, come on. It goes the other way. I can say finally we've had Buck McVeigh on. It's about time. Hey, thanks for being here. Have a great Monday.
Hey, you do the same, my friend. Take care.
All right, let's take a break. Mac Watson's coming up next.
Welcome to The Jake Show on Cowboy State Daily, Wyoming's daily dose of raw, unfiltered, and occasionally uncomfortable truth.
I don't do talking points. I do reality.
No spin, no fluff, just Jake. Local issues, national nonsense, and zero BS. It's truth, sarcasm, and grit, shaken, not stirred.
I just call it like I see it, and I see a lot of Let's just say I see a lot.
From the capital to the county fair, if it matters to Wyoming, Jake's got something to say, and he's not asking permission.
The West was built by people who weren't afraid to speak up. I'm just keeping the tradition alive.
The Jake Show, weekdays on cowboystatedaily.com and wherever you get your dose of reality.
Not for the easily rattled, perfect for everyone else.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Nestled between Casper Mountain and the North Platte River, you'll find the heart of Wyoming. With a bustling downtown centered around our outdoor haven, Casper is for adventurers, freedom seekers, and rule breakers who find beauty off the beaten path. So if touchable history, a vibrant community, and uninterrupted outdoor recreation define your travel itinerary, allow us to welcome you to the one and only Casper, Wyoming. Plan your trip at visitcasper.com.
All right, look at you taking the stairs. Who are you?
We're your lungs. We are proud of you for quitting smoking, but you still may be at risk for lung cancer.
A routine cancer scan can detect it early when it's more curable. Good to know. Well, I gotta go somewhere.
So do we.
Listen to your lungs. Get a routine screening that could save your life. Talk to your doctor and learn more at savedbythescan.org.
I think I finally found.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, Mason.
Hey, Mason.
Got a new house. It's looking pretty cool so far. A place that I call home. I'm teaching Louise how to cook some lasagna. It only takes a spark to make a fire start. Thank you.
Study, please.
I think I finally found a place to make my own. A place that I call home. This place that I call home.
Look at that guy. Mac Watson's here. It's Mac, I can't tell you, on behalf of most of our listeners, and I'm sure many Cowboy State Daily readers, we're so glad to have the video news back. I love the video news.
Oh, it makes a big difference, doesn't it? It really does.
I'm sure it's a lot of work.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's a 8 to 9 hour process to do all the newscasts. But the video takes more time because you got to do so many things. You got to look for what are called assets. You got to look for videos. You got to look for pictures. You got to match the audio up so it doesn't look like that, like an old kung fu movie, if you remember those, No, editor, we said we'd be back bigger and better than ever, and we are. We hired a video editor who is from Nome, Alaska, of all places.
No.
He's living in the lower 48, but he's from Nome, Alaska. So he understands the remoteness of Wyoming. He understands because Nome is about 5,000 people. So it's about, the size of Powell, Powell, Wyoming.
Yeah.
He gets it. He totally gets it. And he's just creative as all get out. So it's great to have him on the team. But yeah, I've heard from many people, hey, whenever I click, I can't see any pictures. It's like, well, we're trying to retool and get bigger and better than ever. And we came back, and it's been really great. So I'm glad people are digging it because it's one of those things where at night when we look at it, when we figure the final product, I'm giddy. It's like a new song or a new movie for me every day. So I love it. I think it's great.
And it's TV news. I mean, all of us got used to the 6 o'clock news on TV. That's going away. That's hard to find that anymore. Who does nightly news, daily news on TV, the moving pictures for the state of Wyoming? Nobody. Cowboy State
Nobody
Daily.
does it. No, I mean, I know that there are, I think 2 TV stations or 3 TV stations in the entire state, but they don't really cover the entire state like we do.
Yeah.
So, I mean, we're this kind of this massive hybrid of, the old newspaper journalism that can be in depth and opinion pieces and op-eds and stuff like that. But also, we're kind of slick, if I can say so myself. We're kind of slick that we've got a video news editor that just knows what he's doing, and we really give you the 8 top stories of the day that day for Wyoming. So it's tremendous. It really is.
The video news editor, totally slick, even though he takes a sled dog team to and from work. How many dogs on his mushing team?
Well, he's not a very big guy, so I'm assuming 6.
All right,
so
6 guys. He's never late to work. His dogs run fast.
Exactly.
Nome, Alaska. That's crazy. Greg did time in Alaska. Those two.
He did. Our managing editor. Yeah. Did time. And I think was it Anchorage? I think he was in Anchorage, and he said it's just a different world, and it is.
Yeah,
it is. I had no idea how massive Alaska was until I was talking to the video news editor. In order to get out of Nome, in order to get out of Alaska, you may have to drive 5 to 8 hours to a town that has an airport. The airport is usually feeding into Anchorage. So you go to Anchorage, then you fly usually to Seattle or some other, a closer city. Then you can go to New York or Chicago or if you want to go to Europe or whatever. I mean, it's crazy how massive that place is. It really is. And I've never been there. I've always wanted to go, but I've never been there. I actually was accepted into the University of Alaska Fairbanks for a master's program. It didn't go. One of my many regrets in my life. But yeah, it's really cool to hear stories about how, we think Wyoming can be remote.
Yeah.
We think, wow, we live in the middle of nowhere. Man, go to Alaska once. See if you can get out. See if you can come back,
It's another world. I mean,
it is.
The only reason it's not Canada is because the U.S. needs to keep an eye on the Russians.
There you go.
So we have that state. That's the only two states I've not been to are the ones we're not connected to. Hawaii and Alaska. I haven't been to those either.
You've been to the lower 48, all lower 48?
Not only have I been there, I'm not talking just a little quick drive-through. Like, I have a little story about every state, like significant time in every state. I haven't lived there, but...
All right. I'm going to call you out.
Yeah.
Rhode Island. What'd you do in Rhode Island?
Rhode Island.
Nobody goes to Rhode Island.
Yeah.
Nobody.
I'm from back east. I've been to Rhode Island plenty of times.
Where?
I don't know.
Did you go to Newport? Did you go to Providence? Did you go to Woonsocket? Where'd you go?
I'm an even smaller town. I had a college roommate from Rhode Island, and I went back on one college break. We went back to his place. Let me think of what the name of the town was. Here's what I remember from Rhode Island. They had Rhode Island has the call boxes like every 5 miles on the highway, don't they? Yes. You can go. I love that. I love if you break down, you're just a short walk to the next call box. Hey,
to the call box, right?
Yeah, I remember that.
Right.
And I remember my college. You know what we did the whole weekend? We were at his place in Rhode Island. We figured out how to. Hopefully the
cable
statute of limitations. We figured out how to steal HBO. We we scaled up the pole outside his house, and he knew. He must have been an engineering student. He knew how to unplug and plug in, and we got free HBO all weekend because we scaled up the pole and jimmied around with the wiring, the cabling.
So I thought it was just in the back of the box. I thought you just literally took the box apart and twisted 2 wires and you got Cinemax or something.
I don't know. We had to go up on the pole. I remember that. This is my memory of Rhode Island, the call boxes, and stealing HBO for a weekend. Rhode Island.
Wow. That's amazing.
Live free or die. Is that Rhode Island? Oh, that's New Hampshire.
That's New Hampshire.
Yeah. Okay.
That's New Hampshire.
What's Rhode Island's? Where's
the Ocean State?
Okay.
They're the Ocean State because they're right on the bay. And they're getting, I have been watching this blizzard since yesterday.
Yeah.
This blizzard is just mean. They've already got almost 30 inches in Boston. They're thinking New York is going to get about 30 inches.
Yeah.
And sustained winds over 40 miles an hour. That's dreadful. And you've got the wind whipping off the water. So the humidity is just, one of the reasons I love Wyoming is because there's no humidity. So, and being from New York, the humidity makes it cut through you like a knife.
Mm-hmm.
I can take -2 better than I can take 32 degrees and wind whipping around me on the East Coast.
Yes.
I really can.
It's a different kind of cold for sure.
It is.
And last week, they didn't know the track of this mid-Atlantic storm. They thought maybe it'll stay off the coast, it won't touch, and now we're finding out it is a for real bomb cyclone.
It's a true nor'easter.
Yeah,
it really is. And basically, a nor'easter is basically a hurricane with cold. You get the cold from the Arctic, you get the cold from Canada, and you get all this moisture moving up the East Coast that was usually associated with a tropical storm or a hurricane.
Yeah.
Those two things mixed together. And then you've got the bomb cyclone mixed in with it. Boston could get over 2.5 feet of snow in 36 hours.
Dang.
It's about 2.5 inches per hour of snow right now.
Well, there goes our winter again, everywhere but Wyoming.
I know.
We're going to be 58, 59 degrees in some towns in Wyoming today, and Boston's buried.
Right, exactly.
No
it's not
winter.
Fair. I hate to say that, but it's not fair. So I don't know. Did you watch the hockey game yesterday?
I didn't watch it, but
one of the best games I've ever seen. It was, again, you've got Canada and America, all NHL players. They all know each other.
Yeah.
And it was just, again, my daughter, I don't understand my daughter. We have to watch, Dad. We have to watch because of this one player. What? She and her girlfriends have found this one player that they are just obsessing over.
A cutie.
It's Calabrini. He plays for the Sharks.
Oh, yeah.
And so she was rooting for Canada. And I said, you're rooting for the wrong team. This is our moment. This is our time. And sure enough, we won in overtime. And that Hughes guy, the player Hughes.
Jack Hughes, yeah.
Jack Hughes, golden goal. Golden goal. He will be forever remembered as the guy who won in overtime. He doesn't have to buy a meal in any town anywhere in Canada or the northern U.S. ever again. He's amazing. It was a great game.
Yeah, and his brother Quinn was traded mid-season to Minnesota. The Minnesota fans,
wild, yeah,
they're enjoying watching Quinn. Either of those Hugheses, they skate like you can't believe. Calabrini is a young kid. No wonder your daughter. He's only 19.
He's 19.
They could date eventually. 19-year-old kid.
And then there was another guy in line. I can't remember his name. He had gray hair. So it was like you have these young kids and you have these old veterans, but it was great. But I got to tell you, I was a little disappointed because in hockey, and you may know this because you grew up in New York, there is a culture in hockey that you shake hands at the end of the game, you leave the loss on the ice, and you move forward. There are some who are saying Canada was pretty much bad sports yesterday. They were not. Connor McDavid made a gesture or something like that. He wasn't flipping anybody off.
Yeah.
But it was not the, hey, this is how we act. This is how we we're graceful losers kind of thing. And I was really kind of surprised at don't get me wrong. I know they were disappointed. They had to be disappointed. It's Canada. I mean, that's their sport, right?
Mm-hmm.
But to the looks and the kind of like, screw you kind of looks and, you guys didn't deserve to win kind of thing. Oh, come on.
And some of it, I haven't heard about the handshake line being sketch, but I heard the Canadian coach, the Canada's coach, did say something that I agree with. Because I'm old
John
school.
Cooper, the head coach of the Canadian team.
He said that was an awful way to finish it with the 3-on-3 overtime. That's not hockey, he said. I don't.
What do you do? What does he want? 5-on-5?
Yes, you play until it's over. You play until it's done. The 3-on-3 overtime hockey is obviously creates a lot of open ice. It's a different kind of a game that suits really nimble skating players.
Exactly.
And for the most part, Canada has had a real heavy team. Like they love to play physical. A 3-on-3 does not suit Canadian hockey players for the most part. And it's kind of gimmicky. It was something invented by TV who didn't want hockey games going on all night. They had to have them 3 hours and finish.
That's the thing. There were games, a number of years ago, because if you couldn't do a shootout, if you had to score a goal, you couldn't do the shootout, right? These games would go 2-3 overtimes. Your body can't sustain that kind of physical endurance, especially in hockey. You're wiped out for the rest of the week. So if you have another game 2 or 3 days down the road, you're wiped out.
Yeah.
So I understand why they went to the 3-on-3 because it just allows you score a goal, you win, you go home instead of, we're now into a second overtime. We may go into a third overtime. That's horrible for a team. It really is.
I don't like the shootout. I don't like 3-on-3 or 4-on-4 overtime. I think I'm so old school. I think it should end. Regular season hockey games should end tie. If they're tied, they end tied. That's it. You tie.
There you go.
You each get 1
but you
point.
can't do that in the Olympics because who gets the gold?
No. In the Olympics and in the NHL playoffs, I think it should be a full 5-on-5 period, and you just play until you're done. There's no tomorrow for the Olympic team. You're not worried that the guys are tired.
But these guys have to go back and they're playing Wednesday in the NHL. If they did that and they played like 4 overtimes,
I know. I know, but I know that was a little bit of heartburn for the Canada side of things is the 3-on-3. They don't like 3-on-3. It's a little bit gimmicky for hockey. It's no longer hockey when you're 3-on-3. It's some kind of different sideshow.
But it was a great game,
it's
though.
like
It really
baseball
was.
finishing extra inning. Baseball saying, you know what? We're only going to give you a first baseman and a shortstop and a center fielder for the next. Like, it's not the same game anymore when you do that.
Right. That is true.
But congrats to the U.S. And I love the kid, Jack Hughes, with his teeth knocked out. He's got the flag right over.
Oh,
it looks so. It's so hockey and it's so United States. What a great image.
Yeah. It was a great game, though. So I'm glad my daughter made me get up at 6 a.m.
Oh, yeah.
to watch this game on NBC or the Peacock network or whatever.
Yeah.
So I mean, it was just and God bless Kenny Albert. Kenny Albert was the play-by-play guy. He does such a good job, but doesn't get the props because he's done hockey. He's not going to be a Mike Tirico that does Notre Dame games or Sunday Night Football, but he does a great job. He really does. So
yeah.
I just really enjoy it. I really did. But it was so funny because my wife and I used to have season tickets to the Arizona Coyotes. So we went to games for years, right? So it was so funny because my wife came in toward the end and she was like, "Oh, I remember him. Oh, I remember that guy. Oh yeah, I know him." So we kind of was like, "Oh, that's where that guy's playing now," or whatever.
Yeah.
And my daughter's like, I just want to see Calabrini because he's hot. You know, oh, gee, okay, fine. You know, so that was interesting, but it was a great time and it was a great game. And I'm not saying that because we won. It was a really, really good game.
Yeah, I hear it was. Yeah, both goaltenders were really good too.
Oh yeah. Because I mean, again, it was only 2-1.
Yeah.
I mean, in overtime, it was only 2-1. It wasn't like 6-2.
Yeah.
You know, so both of those goaltenders did really, really well. But, you know, somebody had to win. I'm just surprised that Canada kind of got the whatever kind of attitude about it.
Yeah, that's too bad. That's not.
Yeah,
that's not the way to do
Sidney
things.
Crosby was out with an injury.
Yeah,
that was the other part too that people kept mentioning. Well, Sidney Crosby's not playing. And it's true. He got injured. But, you know.
It's a lot of excuse making. I think one thing's for sure. We ended up with the two best teams, however you do it. The Czechs, the Finns. These were the two best teams. And
I don't think Russia was in it.
No, they were not allowed. They weren't invited.
Oh, they weren't invited. Okay, because I'm like, where's the grade 8? Where's Ovechkin?
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. They weren't allowed in. That's right. So they didn't even get to participate. So you had all these different countries that you're like, they have a team? Oh, they have a team? Oh, okay. You know, but it was still the two best teams. And again, you know, these great NHL players, I mean, I started tearing up. They carried around Gaudreau's jersey. Johnny Gaudreau's jersey. And his wife and his 2-year-old was there. Oh, if for people who don't know, Johnny Gaudreau is from New Jersey, and Johnny Gaudreau was called Mr. Hockey, and he played for Calgary and he played for the Columbus Blue Jackets. He and his brother were hit by a drunk driver on their bicycles. They were just out tooling around in Jersey, and some, D-bag who's drunk plowed into them and killed one of the greatest hockey players in the modern era, Johnny Gaudreau. And it was heartbreaking to see his little daughter and his wife there. But the Tkachuk brothers, who had played with Johnny Gaudreau, they had his jersey and they were going around the rink with his jersey. That was a class move. That really was.
Schifrin was there, the skier.
Yeah.
A lot of people watched the game.
Which is great because you show the support, and I'm so glad it was the last event because it should be. I mean, that's the most I hate. No offense to the luge or the skeleton people or the bobsled people, but hockey is the most popular winter sport in my opinion. So I'm glad they ended on that note.
No, that's the way you got to do it. It is the feature sport. I mean, I know every 4 years we get all excited suddenly about bowling on ice. What's that? The kettle.
Oh, curling. Bowling on ice.
All of a sudden, all of us are curling experts. Every 4 years, we're like, oh, yeah, curling. Oh, he left that rock high. I think he left that rock a little bit high. We don't even know what that means.
Was that a double touch? Oh, my God.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, curling. What else? We got to take a break. You want to hang out? Because Mondays.
Yeah, let's hang. I'll hang a little bit.
Good. I need you here. Let's take a break. Coming right back with Mac Watson.
Oh, look. Another national expert explaining Wyoming. Bless their hearts. Look, don't rely on national experts. We do it all ourselves at Cowboy State Daily Radio. Real news for real Wyomingites who actually live here. We tell it like it is, with headlines that hit harder than a spring blizzard and commentary that cuts through all the bull. Cowboy State Daily Radio. It's Wyoming news. No filter, no fluff, no kidding.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Wyoming is a place of unlimited potential, a place that inspires us to dream. Since 2014, Wyo Lotto has given back over $180 million to our great state through transfers, winnings, commissions, and more. Dollars that have gone directly into your cities, towns, and counties. Dollars that have changed lives and set dreams in motion. Thank you, Wyoming, for a legendary 10 years. We can't wait to dream up what's next.
Might not see it coming. It's prediabetes, and it captures 1 in 3 adults. You may not even know you have it, but you can escape. Take the 1-minute prediabetes risk test to know where you stand. With early diagnosis, you can change the outcome and prevent or delay type 2 diabetes. Be your own hero on smartphones everywhere at doihaveprediabetes.org.
Whether it's our stories, the warmth of our laugh, or our family's secret sauce, we all bring something different to the table. So make some space. The power of connection is waiting right outside your comfort zone. Learn how you can help strengthen your community at belongingbeginswithus.org/teamup.
Cowboy State Daily Show. Mac Watson's here. Mac, I'm reading this story on CNN, and the story is cool, but even cooler is the byline because I know this kid. I'll call her a kid because she was this tall when I saw her last. Mia Fishman is the daughter of Mark Fishman. Fish is a celebrity in Jackson, a longtime radio host on KMTN, the station to listen to in Jackson. This is his daughter, and she started writing sports stories. And now, I mean, just watching her journalistic career, we got to get this young lady writing for Cowboy State Daily. She's got the byline in this CNN story. Lindsey Vaughn says her doctor saved her leg from amputation. Really? Yeah. What? She was looking at that was such a severe break of the tibia. Oh,
I didn't know that.
That she said Dr. Tom Hackett saved my leg, Vaughn said. He saved my leg from being amputated. Wow. That's how bad that crash and that injury was. And Mia Fishman wrote the story. She's credited on CNN. So cool. Good for you, Mia.
Where is she? Do you know where she is? Is she working for CNN like in Atlanta or somewhere else?
She may have graduated by now, but she went from Jackson High School to Georgia because her dad's such a University of Georgia, go Dogs, big Bulldog. So I don't know if she's graduated there. Last I heard, she was in Georgia, but she's moving up and up. We got to get her. How can we?
Absolutely. 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 Just to hear her part of the story on that, because I didn't know that. I knew that Lindsey Vonn, they said it was a massive damage, a massive injury. I didn't know she could have had it amputated. Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Wow.
I mean, that's the life of skiers. They go full send. It's all or nothing.
True.
And Lindsay, man, she's crazy.
Very true.
I had somebody mentioned also on the Facebook on the show, they posted, they just wrote The Electric Horseman, the movie.
Yeah.
With, what's his face? Robert Redford, and his horse was all lit up.
Yeah.
And I know what they're talking about. They're talking about the lighting ear tags on sheep or cows to keep the wolf at bay. That's
oh yeah.
electric.
You talked to the developer of that from the Utah State University,
Julie
right?
Young. She's so cool. What a great idea. She said back when she thought of it, she's like, this might be crazy, but what if we put lights on the ears of sheep?
Right. I talked to the reporter, Mark Hines, who did the story.
Yeah.
And I was like, Mark, I hate to admit this. I don't get it. What the crap are you talking about? And he said, basically think of like a strobe light on on the animal's ears. So they're really not affected by it. But for some reason, and I didn't know this, wolves and other predators can be like really thrown off if you have these bright blinking or bright flashing lights.
Yeah.
I'm thinking they'd want a disco. I'm thinking you go back to Studio 54, everybody gets on the dance floor. No, they hate that strobe kind of light. So I contacted Julie and said, hey, this is fascinating to me. Could you come on Jake's show? And she said, who is this? And I said, woman, look, you have got to come on Jake's show. This is important stuff. And so she agreed to it. She's really cool. She's a really cool person. And what a great but simple idea.
Yeah.
During the day, it's powered by solar, right? So during the day, it starts charging. And then at night, ranchers, people who have livestock, they don't have to necessarily worry about predators because so far they say, or Julie says, it works. That's amazing. That's amazing.
I mean, it stands to reason. Ranchers for decades, centuries maybe, have been trying to find ways to keep predators away from their sheep, from their livestock, their cows.
Yes.
And they've done it through sight and sound. Drones playing rock music or, firecrackers, pops going off. Or sight stuff. Yeah, I mean, flashing lights, that would cause pause, like you're in the middle of your stalk and all of a sudden you see Studio 54 come alive. You're like, wait a minute. Who cued Casey and the Sunshine Band? It makes it lose one's appetite if you're a hungry wolf.
Exactly.
And it's working.
I did not know that they were so put off by bright flashing lights. What a simple concept.
Yeah.
And we have the technology now that you don't have to recharge it. You don't have to worry about it not working. It just recharges itself, which is great.
Relatively inexpensive. It's something ranchers are already doing. They're already ear tagging their stock. So all you got to do is add the flashing light. There's a lot about this that's win-win-win.
Yes.
Checks a lot of boxes. And Julie Young was on earlier today to talk about it. She was like, even though Mac's original pitch had Julie saying, who is this?
Yeah, right.
She was happy to come out. She wants us to send her the segment that she was on. So we'll have to ship that out to her.
Which is great because why not get the word out there?
Yeah.
I mean, why not, tell more people about this? And if we were the first one to put her on the map, so to speak, absolutely.
Well, she needs to test market this in other locations. Right now, she has a track record of a year, 2 years of it working. Let's see it work in Montana. Let's see it work in Wyoming for another winter. She needs just prove more that this does work, and ranchers are going to sign on.
Absolutely. She'll be very successful with it. Absolutely.
What else, Mac?
Got to give a shout out to Dale Killingbeck, one of our reporters. He did a great job. A Casper man who went to Stanford on a track scholarship, got into the tech field and had a very successful business in Austin where there's, Dell computers. And, I lived in Austin during the first .com bubble burst and it was all high tech, right? So this guy goes to Austin, very successful, but he has a calling. He goes to Uganda to help women who have been rescued from sex trafficking, and he teaches them how to tie flies, fishing flies, to sell to Americans to make money so they don't have to go back to their previous life. My wife worked for a nonprofit that did kind of the same thing, except they sold bras. American women would donate the bras. They'd ship them over to Mozambique. These women would sell bras because in all of Africa, Jake, you cannot get a bra made. They don't have the facilities, the factory. So a bra is like a really high status symbol thing in Africa. So these women would learn, basically capitalism. And this gentleman, Mr. Rowley, Lucas Rowley, is teaching these women capitalism and also how to have their own business, and also a skill of, well, I've got to order this, I've got to put it together, I've got to ship it, I've got to do all this. He's been in Uganda now for a couple years and doing lights out work. So I've reached out to him and seeing if he could do like a Zoom call or something to tell us more about it, because we need, not only because this guy's from Casper, but the great work that he's doing through his mission work. We got to support this guy. So rescuerivers.org, I think, is the name of the website where you can buy these ties, these fly fishing ties. And I don't know anything about fly fishing, but I would buy one just to support what this guy's doing.
Yeah.
And how cool this thing, my wife knows firsthand, it is not easy to get anything done in Africa. It doesn't matter whether it's South Africa, it doesn't matter whether it's Namibia, whatever. It's just hard to get stuff done in Africa. So for this guy to actually be successful is just amazing, and we need to support him. So I'm going to try to get him on too.
I want to talk to him. Lucas Rowley, it's a long way from a tech career in Austin originally to teaching these sex-abused women in Uganda to tie flies. Do they have any idea of what it is they're doing? Like what the flies are for?
He explains that this is what it is, and people will pay you money to basically do a really good job. And the better job you do, the more money you can make. So he's teaching them how to be self-sufficient in capitalism, but their whole success depends on people buying their ties.
Yeah.
You see what I mean?
He's teaching them more than just fly tying. This is self-sustaining.
There you go.
Work a business for yourself, pull yourself up. I love that. Yeah, let's get him on the show.
Yeah, I'm trying, but again, not everything is easy in Africa, so let's see if we can get on a Zoom call.
First, you got to get past who is this? And
I do that all the time. I have to deal with that all the time. You're recognized in the grocery store. I can't get arrested.
Oh, come on. Everybody knows as soon as they hear that voice. And
well, that's true. That's true.
All right, Mac. Have a great Monday,
have a good day.
Mac.
Good seeing you.
Cowboy State Daily Show. That's Mac Watson doing the news, both the radio news that you probably hear on radio stations throughout the state, and now the video news is back. I'm so excited for that. You can see the longer form video news on the website, cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Jake. That's going to wrap us up for a Monday. We'll see you tomorrow, same time. Thanks for spending your day with us. Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.